Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be. Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one. Ghostface again? Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind. Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you look, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard.
I tried to beg, he begged me to stay. Babe, I'm not staying, I just wanna play. In the party, you just wanna romp. Big boobs in the bus, they pump. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie.
Flaming Head Mina subscribed to your channel for 37 months.
When I gotta, but if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be. Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one. Ghostface again? Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello. Happy Wednesday, everyone. How are you? Good to see you. I was trying to transition my screen, and then I realized that my cleaning lady who came here today put my stream deck all the way up in a corner of my desk, and I couldn't reach, and I was panicking. But we managed. We're here. Good to see everyone. Oh, we're gonna be gaming. I'm ready for the pip grinds. Cake Denson, welcome in. Hello, good to see you again. It was nice meeting you yesterday. And it's such a small world. I can't believe that you know Hex, and that we know Swish, and Swish knows Laura. It was such a good experience. It was so cool. I love to see the little DBD world we have. We all know each other. Mina, welcome in. Congratulations on getting first. Let's go. Glenny, congratulations on getting second. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Cat Attacks. Happy time zone indeed. Welcome. I hope you're having a great Wednesday. Mina, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Hex Lover, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you guys for the redeems. Mina with the 37-month sub. Thank you so much for your continued support. Enjoy the ad reviewing, the free emos, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Thank you so much for the resub, Mina. Thank you. After Fabio, you're probably the longest standing sub. I really appreciate it. We're gonna spin the wheel in a second. Hi, Hex Lover. Welcome in. How's your Wednesday? How did you enjoy playing the PTB? Did you have a good time? I did play some PTB. Let me just get rid of these notifications in the game, because I can't handle it. I played a little bit of the PTB yesterday with Loftus. I made some clips. Loftus said there's a karaoke bar, so we spent most of our games either finding where the karaoke bar was on the new map and giving the killer a performance with Bardic Inspiration and 1, 2, 3. TikTok's up on my channel, and I made some content for that to describe the new Survivor perks. They look very strong. I found them very useful, and that clip is up on my TikTok as well, and should be on my YouTube now. If anybody wants to check out. I regularly post to my social media. This is where you can find me. Drop a follow, hit that like button when you see something. It helps me a lot. It was okay-ish. I do love the chapter comeback though, and the map. The map is nice. It's there's a lot going on. Like, it's hard to see, I found. The aura change, the aura color change is really good. They're testing. For those of you that don't know, for the accessibility, they changed scratch mark colors to help people see, and now their auras of killers and survivors can be customized as well, which is just wonderful. What a great addition to the game. What a great development. 25 stream streak. Let's go, Hex Lover. Thank you so much for the continued support. It's good to have you here. We're gonna spin the wheel for Mina's resub, guys. Let's see what we're gonna get. Oh, and I have some news, because with the extended 2v8, me and Swish are gonna try again on Friday to stream together. It's gonna be Jawbreaker Roulette. I fucking knew it. It's always Jawbreaker Roulette. I'll get that ready. We'll jump on that here in a second. Mina, thank you so much for the resub. Extra stream this Friday. Let's put this up in the pinned section. Extra stream on Friday, guys. Immediately got a call and missed all of that. I said thank you for the resub, and we spun the wheel and we got Jawbreaker Roulette. You didn't miss anything. We're doing it. There's 2 fireballs left, 5 sour, 2 fruit, a strawberry and a tropical, and the watermelon, which it's green like the sour, but we've not tasted them yet. So we don't know if it's going to be any good, but that's what we've got in the jar here, okay? I would have preferred the little frog headband. I know, we were so close to getting the giraffe head, Mina. I'm sick I'm sick. We're gonna do the roulette, guys. Here we go. Cinnamon. Oh, I cheered too soon. No, no, this is the fireball. I got a fireball again. Guys, this is the second time this week that we've had such a big jar of different flavors, and I got the fireball again. For those of you that don't know, the fireballs hit late. So right now it's like this gentle cinnamon kind flavor. It gets to a point where I cry sometimes of how fiery it is. So let's bear with. It'll hit soon. Granny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. 28 treats. Thank you so much for the redeem. Welcome in. How are you feeling, Granny? Are you feeling better? I know you were canceling streams earlier because you were feeling sick. How are you? Yeah, but you're almost out of them. Yeah, you're early out of them. Yeah, there's one left, and then it's gonna be a lot of sour, and also, we're gonna need to find a way to put more in because this Jawbreaker roulette is going hard this month. A bit better. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. And I hope you're on the uprise, Granny, and that you can stream and game again soon. I appreciate you hanging out with us today, though. Pip grind. I think we established yesterday that I was on gold 1. 1 pip. So 1 pip, then we get Eerie 4. And then it's 5, 10, 15 pips to Eerie 1. So we're gonna get on that grind here today. Who am I playing? Eastry?
The fire is still going strong.
Maybe.
So am I.
Maybe play Eastry today. I'm trying to think. Yesterday I had this whole plan for a build. It was Bond, Deja Vu, Botany, Hi Stash Burrito, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're having a great Wednesday. Have you been streaming this
Shout
week?
out to stashed_burrito.
Bond. Life? I think overcome. I don't know. I make distance. Oh, the fireball's starting to kick in, guys. Here we go. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, it's fiery. I mean, we already knew that, but now it's confirmed. It's burning my tongue. And when I talk, I kind of put it here on the side, but now it's burning my cheeks too. There's no escaping it. Oh god. I'm getting teary eyes. It's not a good time for teary eyes because of the fireball. Oh. Oh, Lola? Okay. Don't come here. Because I'm already dying. Oh no. Oh. I feel like the fireballs are getting worse. Like, I don't remember being this bad until this week. Oh, I need to not be here. I can't see because my eyes are so watery. Hi, Rebel. You made an edit today for your Twitch account? Finally, let's go. Why is he screaming? Is that like, hold on. Oh my god. Phantom Fear or something? Hi, Coffee, welcome in. I don't know why we're looping underneath the hook, gamers, I'm not gonna lie. Leon's a juicer, but he's also not playing smart. Okay, it's over, it's over. The fireball is calming down. We made it through. Hope you're doing well. I'm great, Rebel. Thank you. How are you? How's your Wednesday? It's just about a small little bug on the PCB with the badges. Still need to make tons of edits. I mean, you go with what you can make, right? Where's Lara? And is she going for the save? What's happening? No, Lara's here. Okay. This is not going well. Oh god, he's got to turn back the clock as well. Bamboozle? No. Yeah, they're going second. I can go in now, but like literally, there's nothing I can do to prevent that. I don't understand Lara's decision making here. Hello, love. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Fuck him up? I don't know. It's not going well. It's not going well. Look, everybody's dying. You just in the chat how we played. It's true, Jill. It's true. That is how we play. Sable's dead and Leon's also dead and we're 5 gens. It's okay. It's okay. It's first game on. You're good, Rebel? Wonderful. You've been job hunting further, applying some jobs, also been browsing some skateboards since I'm looking to build one of my own from scratch. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. That's exciting. Be safe though, right? Hey, thank you for the stream, Rebel. I appreciate you. Jill, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. I'm gonna try and do a gen, like, I don't know. I have 0 altruism, I have 0 chase. I'm not getting a pip. No, I'm just curious, why didn't you save Leon from Hook? I was in chase, gamer, Viral. I appreciate you coming back to talk about the game. Listen, I was right here, right? I was on my way to go for the Leon because Lara was there on their way to save you. I assume you were disabled, right? So I was here, and then Baba was right there. Right there at Shack. Cut me off from the heel. I had to loop this tile on this side. And by the time I turned around, it was already too late. I think Lara should have made a decision to go for the save on Leon instead of you. I could have saved you. And then we would have all been out. That's the story. I understand your frustration. This is a really bad game, right? This is really, really poorly played from the survivor side. I hope the next one goes better. Oh, hello. I don't know what we're doing. Oh, Lara's just chilling. She's like, no, no, no. You come get me off this hook, gamer. Yeah, I'm on the case. I'm on the case, gamer. I'm coming. Don't worry about it. I will be making my way over to you. I think she attempted. I think she knows maybe now it's over. It is going to be over because there's no pellets. And I'm just going to get back ref the fuck. GG's. You have to get groceries? Oh my god, I thought it's Wednesday. Are you sure today is grocery day? It's the end of the world. This was such a shitty game. Like, this was really bad. GG's! Very bad teamwork. That's all I have to say about it. That's all I have to say about it. You were lazy? I know that. That's good. I didn't do groceries today. I'm just gonna do groceries tomorrow, I suppose. Do I have any of this? I'm bringing points, Loft. I'm bringing points. You got points. Lake, welcome in. Thank you for the dance. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. Welcome in, guys. It's good to see you. Yes. We should be dancing. Look at Mina's dance. I like Mina's dance too. It is Wednesday afternoon. It's a beautiful day out here in the Netherlands. It's sunny. I think we should be dancing. Oh, Coffee's got the good dance emotes. Hello. Yes, guys. This is what we want to see. Amazing. What else do we have? Yes! Excellent dancing. Excellent, excellent. Guys, what has anyone seen from the PTB? Has anyone played the PTB? What are your thoughts on the new map? Have you seen any streamers play the PTB? What were your thoughts? Do we like Trickster? I don't mind Trickster generally, right? So I'm never gonna be pissed when it comes to any Trickster things. Freddy. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Rebel. You haven't played. You watched about 20 minutes of odds before I went to play Fortnite. Are you on that Fortnite grind? Are you having a lot of fun? That's good to hear. Any thoughts? I thought the map looked really cool, but I wonder about visibility. I was with Loft yesterday and he said, I don't know about Ghostface on this map. There's so much going on. How are you gonna like see them? Lots of corners for him to sneak around. You saw the launch and change in the colors of stuff, it looked nice. That's good, isn't it? That's a really good accessibility change. that you can see. You can make the colors of your fellow survivors different. You can make color or killer aura different. That's a really wonderful accessibility feature. Saw a big old trickster bug. Oh, where every time camera moved? No, not that bug still. They went back to the loading animation. Oh, wow. I didn't see any of that. See you, Rebel. Fortnite grind is on these days. Nice. I see a lot of people, a lot of friends on Fortnite. It's not for me, definitely. But I can appreciate people coming together to play games. Jordan, thank you so much for stopping by, lurking like the creep that I am. Got the layout Saturday looking actually decent instead of your usual low effort scrub bullshit. I think your information, the information that's out there and available, it's pretty it's really good, Jordan. I'm looking forward to it. Worth it. I think this was a mistake. Unless he lost me, then it's fine. Excellent. Oh my god! Lake, 60 stream streak, let's go. I think you're 1 day behind Thays, but that's huge. Thank you so much for the support. 60 streams, that's insane. That's insane. You guys are the top performers with the streaks, you and Thays. That's huge. How am I 1 day behind? It's possible when I was 1 day ahead. I don't think you were a day ahead. I think Taze was ahead all the time. Oh. Nice trick. He zoned himself to the back of the map. Oh, there's a jumpy pellet. Streak stress me out? Yeah, me too. I've stopped doing them because it stresses me out as well. For some reason, this is the only stream I seem to keep it. I mean, one stream is definitely enough to keep a person busy, especially when it's long ass streaks like this. And nice, that was a really good pellet explosion. Nice fake. I go down here again. The way it works is you get an extra stream added for every time you watch 3 minutes of the stream. If you miss a stream, you can save your streak by watching 3 minutes of the VOD, but it doesn't add to your streak. So if you were at five stream streak, you miss one, but you watch the VOD, your streak of 5 gets saved, but you don't get one added from watching the VOD. You stay at 5, but you save the streak. And then the next stream you watch, it goes up to 6. So I am on a streak at Loft's channel. I think it's like 21 stream streak. But I'm 2 behind because he's been streaming 23 times since the streak started for him. And it's because I missed 2 because they were late night streams for me and I was already asleep, but I watched the VODs the next day. The streak's saved for me, but I missed out on 2 numbers. So I'm on a 21 stream streak out of 23 streams over at Lofts. Hi Lynx, welcome in, good to see you. Happy Wednesday. Yeah. I know over at Jupies, people have... There was a person that was almost at 365. Which is like, she doesn't stream every day because she doesn't stream weekends. But there's people with over 200 and 300 stream streaks. Of course. Full endgame build. No way out. No ed. Loftus found the Noad. I'm gonna go waste time. Back at the hook. I think it teleports to the gate. We're camping this. I can't trade it because I'm deaf. Ah, reassurance. Okay. He's back. No, he's cutting us off in the middle. I don't know where Ada is. Loft took a hit for him. Wonderful. Oh! GG, well played. Good teamwork. Now this is an example of good teamwork. W assurance indeed. And great teamwork. Taking Chase away from the 3-gen. Taking Chase while someone else can cleanse Noad. Unbelievable. Alright, Lake, go take your nap. Thank you for hanging out. So I suppose we're back on the wig lift. Probably need to drive an hour and 45 back to the office. Yes, 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 go. Go get some rest. Plan that shit. Okay, Jonah, strong Jonah. Oh, I forgot to look at my pips. Well, we're gonna have to check it after this game. That must have been a pip last game though. So we're definitely in the Aries. I don't think that Baba game was a pip because I barely did anything. Oh. Nah, Lop got scared, you guys. So scared. We're being sandbagged on the only gen that's got progress. Yes, turn around. Protect them gens. Ah, she really is. There's gotta be another gen here, right? Alright. He's on Funhouse. She doesn't see me. I think Kate's on our gen, because that's the one with the most progress. So we can spread some gens and spread some pressure if I go on this deja vu one. I wonder if it's pain res. Yes. No DMS though. Grim though. Get my altruism before Jonah can get here. We have 3 gens with progress. I'm gonna go back to Kate's. We have to win. The slowdowns are ridiculous. I mean, we've got good progress here. If she goes on a decent chase, this is gonna be another pain res. It's gonna hit I think it's gonna hit my gen again. I don't remember if 2-story had more. It didn't. Okay. So it's gonna hit this gen again. And then it's gonna be Grim. Yeah, there we go. She's gonna go and check it. She can't kick it. I don't know if she has nowhere to hide, but it's regressing and it's blocked now, so she can't kick this gen. Let's see if she checks. She stuck around to see if she could kick the gen. Insanity. Alright. Back on it. And she's back with the hook where the Jonah tried to heal a Kate, so Loft is gonna complete 2-story here. And then we're in a pretty good place with 2 hooks in, 2 pain res is gone, and 3 gens done. With a really good gen spread. I think Loftus reassured the Kate. We're gonna leave her on hook as long as possible. First of all, to keep her safe, because she's gonna get tunneled here by Nurse when we unhook her. And 2, we're gonna use this time to get gen progress on the last 2 gens as well. So that's kind of what we're doing here. Her Nurse is camping this because you can see in the HUD on the left that her anti-camp meter is going up. It's like almost at 75%. Reassurance has run out. Hi, Kay. You need to ban that Nancy confirmed cheater? Let me get onto that. I'll report them as well, Kay. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Alright, let's see if I can... Well, Nurse is on Jonah because she wants her pain res. Let's see if I can get Kate here. And if we get a chance to reset... That, hold on. She might be coming back here. She didn't. She picked. Okay. We're not gonna heal under the hook. We're gonna heal here. And then see if she gets a chance. This is a fast heal because I have my medkit. I'm hitting my grades and I have botany. I am the last Grim stack. So if she hooks me, it's 40-second Grim. Oh, you've been hit norovirus? You're useless? No. Okay, I'm so sorry to hear that. She's on Shack. I'm gonna let Kay work on her gen. Pain res on Jonah, if that is a pain res hook, hit my gen over there in the corner. So I'm gonna go see if I can get him. And heal them. Oh, you can barely walk, you can get dizzy. No, it's such a bitch. Okay, that's awful. I'm so sorry for to hear that. I hope you recover a bit by bit soon, though. Okay, Ultra's full. That's wonderful. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, at least. You keep forgetting. It's okay, I'm trying to remind people with the Nightbolt message. They're on the Jonah. I don't know why Kate is not back on her gen. Yeah, she is. Okay. I'm just gonna do this for pressure. But if Jonah keeps his chase for a bit longer, we will pop the last 2 gens here. Unless Kate was whiplocked on... That's Eruption too. Nah, this is a very insecure Nurse. All the gen slowdowns. Hopefully soon. Probably by Friday should be good. Okay, it's almost Friday, Kay. Hang in there. I need to go hide. Hold on. Okay, she's with Kate. Loftus pops the last gen. Kate can last. Maybe she has adrenaline. And otherwise... We still have a chance at a 3-man out here. Healing away from the hook. Yeah, she's right back to hook right there. I don't know if we still have scratch marks. She may not find us here. She doesn't. And Loft is on that door. That means we have a really good chance of getting a 3-man out because she's using her blinks to check the far away door. And I think Loft is on this one. He is. I can see the red lights. Jonah should have ran here because this gate is open. He's here, he's here, he's here. Jonah's here too. They're both healed. They should be able to get out. That's really good example also of great teamwork, guys. The gen spread was really good. The hook spread was good. Good chases. P100s. What was it? 4 slowdown. 4 gen slowdown nurse. Grim pain refs. It was nowhere to hide. That's what I was expecting over by the an eruption. Yeah, that's crazy. It was nowhere to hide. I was expecting that by the gen by the ambulance earlier. All right. Airy 4-1 pip. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Let me ban you. Oh.
Girls get it done, right, Robin?
This duo over here. The double Robin medkit situation. I don't know. Loft, do you want me to bring you a beam and you bring me medkits? Yeah, keep reassurance. It's a really good idea. Bring me a medkit, gamer. I bring you beams for your Nancy. It's that kind of day. Kinda is. I had a wonderful day at the horses this morning, guys. The weather in the Netherlands today is absolutely gorgeous. It was so warm. Like, I almost didn't need a jacket. I think I've told you guys before, the area where the horses walk, it's like free, right? The horses, they walk there together. It's a bigger area. It's got different surfaces. And it's kind of like divided up in 3 parts. Every time I go, I have to clean, like muck out one of the parts. So you've got area A, B, and C. So I was in area C today, and that was like, it was fully in the sun. And it was so nice to be out there this morning. And the horses most of them had their... I don't know which button it is. It's this button. Okay. Most of them had their blankets off. And they're all losing their hair now because it's so warm. Oh, it's a trickster. Trickster on the hill. I had to guess that Robin is AFK. That is so frustrating. I had to guess which way of the rock, of the side of the rock he was going to be at. I didn't guess right, but it worked. He's got the power here, Kay. Don't antagonize him. Is that even a word? I don't know. English is not my main language. That was paying res on Shaq and Deadman Switch as well. I'm sure the Robin will go for their duo in time. I'm gonna stick my Jen for now. They're not chasing. They're not chasing love. Ah, they found the other Gen. Okay. Well, we've got time. I'm finishing this Gen. I'm not leaving. Reassurance! Loft is there. Okay, good, good, good. Robin's looping over there. Let me get on Loft's Gen then. To stop this from regressing. And then maybe after we'll find Robin's Gen. Because it had a lot more progress. That other Gen over there that she was on. Is gonna get hit by the pain res, I think. I think I can stick this. And then I'm gonna block this with DMS. There we go. So we can't kick it. And loop away from the gens that have progress. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I mistake. I check spots, guys. Check spots. Blue. Wonderful. Oh, this is not a good tile. Especially with his fucking mind games. Ah, he's gonna swing. That is not the way to loop that tile when you don't have eyes. Oh my god, the way he almost got that down. Nah, he's going for them. Pellets? I grow pellets, I don't know. Hi Fabio! What we doing over here? I'm dying to Trickster. Happy Wednesday, Fabio. Thank you for stopping by. I know it says good day to all, but it kind of says good day toll. It's funny. Alright. Excellent. So maybe pain res. And that's gonna be on Shaq. Yes, it was pain res on Shaq. So we've still got progress on Shaq. And then 2 more gens. This one. This is Deja Vu, I think. No, those 2 are Deja Vu with Shaq. Okay. Why does this trickster look like Vami Mommy? Yeah. That's a really good question. He does look like Vami Mommy. It's Gift of Pain. That's why. That heal took 17 years. Hello. Nice medkit, by the way. Oh shit. I'm so gonna die. I should have left. Thank you, my love. And I'm sorry we're in this trouble. We're in trouble. We are in trouble here. Oh, they don't have beams. Who's that Loftus? Heard he can't play for shit. He's alright at times. Yeah, it's this it's the skin from the Rift, this, but it does look like Vami Mommy's skin. Alright, the Robin was stealthing over here for the unhook. I need to loop away from these gens. Okay, they're on check. Okay, I'm gonna go that way. He's pushed Loftus off of his gen. Which was Shaq. I don't know if he has any Aura seeing. I know he's got... So it's the Pain Rest Dead Man's Gift of Pain. It could be... Barbecue. It could be. I think he's gonna go protect the gens, honestly. Trickster's fine. Trickster with Bamboozle is boring as fuck. So that's the last perk then, if it's Bamboozle. I mean, technically she's doing a good job looping Trickster away from the gens, but also you're taking him back to Hook. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I'm gonna heal. And then make my way back to the gens. We're gonna get stuck with the 3 gen because the other Robin, I think, is the one that unhooked me at the hill. It looks like she's working that gen still. So what we can see here at the Deja Vu gens. Oh my god, the moonwalks. Oh my god, a Trickster. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, it's a problem. This is above my pay grades. He lost me! He lost me, he lost me, he lost me. He thinks I'm looping the tile. There's no way. He mind gamed the wrong side. That's insane. That's insane. We need to catch a Parmo near you sometime. Oh, you can't discuss that stuff with me, without me, with me on my stream. Send like a DM so I don't have to see you talk about Parmo and going out together without me. It's mean. Alright, what's the plan? I'm gonna stay here by the door. You go save your friend. I'm gonna cleanse this totem. Oh, we're here? 1, 2, 3. Are we here? Was I not supposed to do that? I thought we were all here. Let me cleanse Noads. Oh, I hear a Trickster. Hold on. Oh, they left them. Okay, we have to buy the other Robin time to get the other gate. That's insane. I don't know, Mina, when I will be back because we haven't booked it and we don't know which dates we're going and it depends on a lot of different things. Good teamwork again. We had the whole build. That was good as well. Did we get a pip from that? Must have. Yes, 1. What the heck is a Parmo? Food of the gods. I think loosely translated it's chicken parmesan. Guys, we're gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game. Bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Yes, Loftus hasn't been to the ship yet. I have. I've been to the ship. Never actually checked it. Yeah, and it's like, it's really good. It's really nicely done up north UK. It's like a big thing. Like, everybody knows Parmo up north. It's not chicken parm, which is tomato. I mean, I said roughly. For non-UK people, like, to get an understanding. It's lots of cheese, bechamel. The Northern are coming out, Mina. Taking offense to comparison. That's funny, actually. It's heavenly if haven't had a parma. You haven't lived life to the full. I have to agree. The ship does some crazy parmos, though. Like the one I had waffles on top of them and maple syrup. And I think there's one that has like blue cheese on it. The farmer one. It's very delicious. Hi Lucky, welcome in. How are you?
Shout out to Bring Back Lucky.
The Stinky Pete, yeah. UK fish and chips. That's a really good shout as well. It's delicious too. Steak. Steak on top of a parmo. I told you, the ship does crazy parmos. Another dish from the gods. Yes. You're a bit tired but alive. Thank you for the shout out. Of course, Lucky, of course. UK does fish and chips differently. No other place like it. This is true. People say UK food is bad and the only reason Micah visits us is for parmo. I mean, it's not... I mean, I'm gonna offend some more people here. It's not culinary. And also it's not... It's not necessarily healthy. Like a parmo does not involve any vegetables. Not to see us, just for the food, just for the food. It's the only reason I get here. Hi Lucas, welcome in. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Where's my duo? Don't run away from me. He knows I'm here. Wesker, where are you going with my medkit, yo? I need it. It's a Wesker. The way you would check the beam first, like, let me check out this beam before I pick it up. Who knows? Maybe it's not good enough to trade for this medkit. It's a very good medkit, you know, honestly. I messed the newspaper being put out on the fish. You miss the slight lead poisoning from the newspaper. When I was in the UK back in the day, it was still in the newspaper, right? You can still get that? Yeah, I'm sure there's still places you can get it. Is beef dripping the fish? And chips and cooked in? Yeah. Anyone think the Wesker nerve was valid? I didn't see so much about it, Lucky. I heard someone talk about it. I personally don't have a problem with Wesker. Except on 2v8, because 3 dashes is just too much for a girl to handle. Pain res again. Yeah, so I don't know. No one said UK food is healthy, but it's good food. Or gourmet, yeah. So it's Grim Embrace again. And Pain res again. I'm going to hope that he doesn't have anything going on in the likes of aura reading. And I'm going to sit here and wait. I wonder why he came directly to my gen. It could be barbecue. But I'm not 100% sure. He came straight here after that hook. Was it because the scream? Did he just deduce? Bro, there's another gen here. How is that the 3 gen when there's literally 3 gens kissing each other over here? Is she on this gen? No, is she on this gen? Or am I solo? I am solo. This is 2 different gens. That's huge. Okay, we're leaving the back gen. Which one is Claudette popping? Oh, not the part of the 4, 5 gen. It was a 5 gen on this side of Maine, y'all. Insanity. Yeah, I just think I think when we say good food, maybe I interpret it wrong. Maybe I thought good food was culinary and healthy. I don't know. But you're not wrong. It is good food. A lot of food from UK is heavy and hearty, but that's because historically. Hold on. That's because historically you'd have the single large meal at 5 p.m. after work. Also being cold, most food is really heavy because it warms you up. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Beef Wellington is heavy as shit, but it's divine. Okay, that's a good shout, actually. Not for you. I'd rather go against Wesker than a Blight in 2v8s. Really? I don't think I mind either. I think between if we're saying which killer do you not like to verse on 2v8, I'm gonna have to go Oni and Dracula. Oh, it's Lightborn? Well, yeah, at least you should try and get out of this game so you can add your beam to your collection for Nia. For Nancy. Good food, you mean Italian? Yes, Fabio. I do mean Italian. That anchovies pizza that I had in Rome was very good. And your pasta carbonara with Beamy is also very good. Yeah, I told you the 3 gen. It was there were 6 gens all in a straight line. The way that I'm watching, one here, one in Maine, the other one's there. 1, 2, 3. 2 in Circus, 4, 5, and 6 gens, and then there was 1 in Shack. Imagine. Anchovies are sent to us from the gods, so good. You try and tell Len that. He will never touch anchovies. It's his loss, honestly. Anchovies the best. It's just the best food. Delicious. Is he down this Wesker? This game is over. He's got 2 hooks. Nah, he's with Claudette. Okay. Well, as long as she doesn't go basement, which he won't, because he needs his pain rest. Oh, I don't know. He changed to the Cheryl. Hey, more for me. That is true. That is true. I don't think I'm gonna get a pip from this. I don't remember getting any altruism. I've not been in chase. It's not looking good. I've done a lot of gens though. Oh, I had 1 chase maybe, semi. And he has his adrenaline. No heals. Claudette's healing herself. I do this totem. I've earned it. I don't know. Is she still in chase or can I heal her? Pizza oven build. Oh, starting in March. Oh, he is. Okay. Let me heal you. Oh, shit. Oh shit. Oh yes. Oh. I don't know why she ran out. Why was Claudette panicking? I literally was in between them. She could have escaped. She's dead now. Yeah. Yeah, so now we're stuck with the following situation, Pam. If Loft leaves, he Moris her. If he picks, she wiggles, which he won't do. He does pick, she wiggles now. Surely. One hit, she's off. Where's this hook? Oh, body block between the trees! Yeah, there she goes. Okay. He's gonna try again. That's okay, that's okay. Oh my god, Loft is well played. Well played. I don't know why the Claudette panicked over at the gate. Oh, that's Luca. Hey, I think, Luca, that you would have been fine. I was wasting time at the gate. I think you would have made it out. I mean, it worked out. Well played, well played. You had the longest chase. I mean, Loft has chase, but you also had such a long chase. That won us the game. Yeah, and I love doing gens, so that completely works out. It is a pip. I don't know how, but I will take it. Unbroken. GG's. GG's. We are on our way.
At last, a short rest.
This person already left the lobby. That's great. God is a weapon. Let's not get into that. Okay, overall so far good games. This lobby worries you because of the two Eastries. Do you think they're P100 like me? We're gonna find out. No one's that strong apart from me. This is true. Loft, I watched that game. I want to show you guys. You didn't tell me that Tony was in that game with Skirms. I love Tony. That silly gnome game that's the one that you were referring to on Monday, wasn't it? That gnome game. Bro, I cracked up. I need to see if I can find that one part. It's so funny. It's the way. The thing that annoys me about Skirms is he just likes to fuck around. Which, it's funny to a certain degree, but not the entire fucking time. But it's just because he's not a serious gamer. He's a great content creator. He's an amazing broadcaster. He's just not a serious person when it comes to games. What are these charms? Lightborn. Kaneki? Loft, you're up! Why was I all alone? I couldn't see anyone. Are you guys over here? Oh, you're already in chase? I ran the wrong way, didn't I? I did. I did. That's really good. Well done. So yeah, I was watching Skirms play this game. And he always needs rescuing because he dies a lot. Or he gets people killed because he tells them what to do and then they die. But there's this one part at the beginning where they find out that the person can grab them, the little gnomes from the floor. And he's like, Tony, do something! And Tony's like, what do you want me to do? Skirm says, I don't know, just kick him. And as you watch that person, like in the game, carry out Skirms, you can see a tiny little gnome, which is Tony, just running after him, trying to save Skirms. Nah, I was dying. I was dead. I love Tony. He's so funny. Yeah, I'm gonna find that clip for you. That's a tree. Are you kidding me? They only want the easy down. That's insane. Don't go back here! I'm on Jen's here! Go somewhere else. I can't do this, Jen. I'm sick. Loftus, don't get distracted. Parma's in April. Ship. April? Are you going to Japan? April? Bro, it's February. Did you hear, Fabio, did you ever hear about that Lord of the Rings situation that you guys were doing? I'm gonna die again. Very annoying. That is insanity. I was well through the pellets and ready to drop it. It's insane that that pellet didn't drop. Insane. I have such a head start. She could just heal with us, you know? Like, reset? I don't know, they're just a sandbagging non-resetter, I suppose. Man, the regression on this gen. I'm about to cry. Glenny, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 28 treats. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Nah, they left lofts. Are you kidding me? There's no pellet here too. Oh my god, I'm so lucky. I'm sorry, Loft. I'm gonna die at this pellet. It's cold and alone. Sad times. They're gonna do a crazy ass jump to me then. Yeah, there we go. I body blocked them this time though. Fuck! I mean, I'm learning. I'm learning. We'll get there. Holy Wiglith pickup, guys. MFT? Fuck! There's nothing here. I'm kind of like scrambling. Great, I'm just taking away from the gym. I don't know. Waiting out the dead arcs. Everything is shit right now. Holy hell. Holy hell. Well, the team tried. It's just not good enough. Oh my god, Sable's taking this gen. They both had adrenaline. Nah, these gamers are gaming. Hold on. I hate this map, bro. There's fucking... There's dumbass bushes anywhere, everywhere. Let's go. I think East Street's on the other gate. Oh, East Street's here. Beautiful, beautiful. Wasting time. Nice. Excellent. Excellent game. There's no need to teabag gamers. You guys did well. You guys did well. Brutal strength. They did have that. Oh, they had friends too. That was really well played. That double adrenaline. Sable sticking that gen, that was insane. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that part where Skirms gets grabbed for the first time. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, let's see if this is it. I'll pull it up after this game. If I can find it. Alright, game first, and then I will send I will share that stream, the link to it as well, because anybody that wants a good laugh. Oh, sorry. Spirit. Guys, extra stream on Friday because with the extension of 2v8, Swish and I are gonna try again if we can manage to get this 2v8 collab on the road. So that's Friday morning, 9:30 a.m. Saturday is tourney day, right? So we're in the time trial tourney. I'm with Slay, God of IQ, Tess, and Don Electro. And our first game will be a Vecna, old Vecna set on the Ormond Lake Mine map. So that's happening on Saturday. I expect our game to be on around 4:30-ish. And I won't be streaming it, but you can watch it over at Jordan's. It's in my schedule. If you're for those that are in the Discord, in the schedule channel, I posted this week's schedule. I'll be posting my schedules there weekly now. It has the link of where it is being broadcasted. Why are we just switching between... Survivors, gamer? Shit! Well, that sucks. I know she was sick. She had friends. You were the obsession. They couldn't catch you, love. She couldn't get failure because she couldn't catch you. Exactly. Exactly that. Hook now. That was Painless on Love's Gym. Yeah, and then Sunday is cozy stream in the morning. Just as per regular, like 11 maybe. And then next week, guys, we have a charity collab. We're doing some variety gaming because I'm working with Games Aid on a partner charity event. Can you not slap me as you sandbag me on my gen? So we'll be starting the stream with some DBD, but we'll be changing to some cozy gaming because of the Steam sale. We're gonna demo some new games, and anybody is welcome to come hang out and chill for that. It will be regular schedule Monday and Wednesday. I'm doing an extra stream on Thursday. I was invited through the Twitch Women's Guild for a collab playing Peak. That is happening on a Thursday evening. Oh, the gens are done. Oh, the gens are done. The gens are just done. She needs more practice. Alright, where's the gates? this way. Thank you. Thank you. Form ranks. No teabagging, please, people. Wonderful, GG's. Good teamwork. Yeah, Spirit's rough, but I'm glad that she's out there not giving up practicing, because that's the only way to get better. P71. She needs more practice. Two perks on the Jake. P100 lobby. I don't know what they're saying, but... Yeah, I don't think she was practicing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to find this. Give me 1 second, guys. The shock, yeah. Yeah, okay, so I think this is it. Can we watch this real quick? Okay, so I watched Skirms, right? He played this game. And he's with Tony. You guys can hear it.
It's not breaking.
Where's the sound?
Did you break it?
So they're playing gnomes. They're in someone's house. And they're trying to,
Where's the
like...
guy?
They have a quest and, like,
I don't
mischief.
know. I lost him.
I don't know where he is.
And they run into the person.
Oh shit! Run! Run!
Look at him run. That's Tony.
Yo, wait! He's gonna take me! He's gonna take yo!
Tony,
no,
look,
no,
look,
he's
look.
taking me!
This is the
Yo,
owner.
Tony, he got me! Tony, help!
What do you want me to do?
Hit him!
I don't know. I'm trying.
Bro, where is he taking me?
So this little part, I don't know if I can go back to it. This is where he throws him. It's what's cracking me up. It's so they are busy, right? Together. Tony's being chased by the rat. Hold on. Tony got chased by the rat.
Damn.
Then
Break it?
Skirms got
Damn.
grabbed by the person. Skirms starts crying like, Tony, help me, help me.
Where's the
Tony
guy?
says, what do you want me to do?
I don't know.
And then you can
I lost
see, as Skirms looks around, you
don't know
can
where he is.
see Tony and his little gnome form hopping behind the person.
Oh shit!
To try and help.
Run!
That had me on the floor.
Yo, wait! He's gonna take me! Yo, no, he's taking me! Yo, Tony, he got me! Tony, help!
What do you want me to do?
Hit him!
Hit him! Look behind! Look at little Tony!
Bro, where is
Look,
he
look,
taking
look.
me? Tony, he's throwing me outside. Tony,
Try and help! No, that had
He's
me on the
chucking me.
floor. Oh, that had me on the floor. Yeah, if you wanna see something funny, you need to watch Skirms and Tony play this. Let me see if I can get a link in here. Wait. I was dying, honestly. This was so
should we do?
funny. Copy video URL. Yeah, if you want to see that. I think it's it starts right at when he switched games, because he starts out playing he starts playing DBD, but he changes to this game. Nah, that chase. Tony, help me! What do you want me to do? And then running behind the person. Nah, I was dead. I was dead. It was so funny. I was laughing the whole stream, honestly. Yeah, I understand that. You already loved this game when you first saw it. You know this game, Lucky? We have to play it, you know. I was thinking about it. When I saw it, I was like, oh, maybe we should play it. I'm down. Like I'm down to play this. I'm interested. What's what was it called? I already closed the stream. It's a demo. There isn't much to it yet. Oh, it's only a demo right now. What's it called? Demo. It's perfect. Yes, Self-Care Sunday. Nah, I think we should do that. Lucky, do you remember what it's called? Hi, pretty. Welcome in. How are you? Berglin Gnomes. Gnomes. It's not giving it. It's not coming up for me. Trying to find a game on Twitch is a fucking nightmare. On Steam. Corrected on Steam is a nightmare. I can't find anything on there ever. Wait. Maybe it's on here. Yep. Ah, yeah, it is Berglin Gnomes. Why can't I find it? Okay, I'll look after. If you like repo, well, I mean, hey, this is my map. Oh, where are you going? How about you moonwalk into this beam real quick? That's not you. The way I'm clicking at this Claire, it's I thought it was Nancy. Did I win? Don't you always win, Jill? If you like repo, you should try. Yep. I didn't like repo. It was it's not for me. Let's say it was too difficult for me to catch on. There was too much going on. I didn't understand it half the time. I liked Peak. I liked what game did we play? I don't know. Are we there yet? But Repo, I bought it. We played maybe 3 times. It wasn't catching on. But that's a good shout. So for those that do like Repo, yep. I saw that on Skirm's stream labeled as well. So he definitely recently played that. Oh, hold on. I still have his stream up. On your way back in the subway? Okay, good. I hope you got some good food. Oh, everyone back together. Is it full? It was really busy out on the roads as well. No, that was yesterday. I don't know why everybody's up and about. Like, stay home. Pretty enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 36 treats. What's this huntress doing? I had a rude grandpa doing some crazy shit in the store. Oh no. Did he make anybody feel uncomfortable like the cashier? I hate it when that happens. Hi Ezra, how are you? How are you, Chris? Hello amazing people. Hello. Yeah, she's done, no? She done playing with Loft? No. Oh, to you, Jill? I'm sorry. That sucks. Oh, shit. I don't think she makes it anywhere. Oh, a jiggy. She did a jiggy. Today's fantastic so far, just waiting on coffee. Okay, nice. That's a good way to start the morning. We had beautiful weather here today, Chris, and I went to the horses and it was so nice out. I did some work in the afternoon, early afternoon, and now we're here gaming. So far it's good. I'm getting my pips. We're trying to get Area 1. I don't think we have enough time to get it today. If I'm honest. And Friday, that's painless. Friday we are extra stream on Friday, guys. Friday morning. 2v8 duos with Swish. It got cancelled last week, but we've gotten it back on the calendar today. Oh my god, the adrenaline play again! Oh, you got more snow yesterday? Procrastinating? Ah, the shoveling, yeah. Man. Canadians gotta go snow shoveling? Yeah. Oh, shit. I waste time. Oh. Oh. You're at the self-checkout scanning and stuff, so you paid, you were packing your stuff, and he comes to your thing, just scans his bottle on my face. Oh my god! So I say, excuse me, wait your turn, and he goes, nah, I can't do this real quick. No way! Hand my face. Ah. So I said, you better get your hand out of my face before you lose it. And he was like, sort of apologizing, but I'm fake, I don't care. Oh my god, no, that is so frustrating. Are you kidding me? That is so rude indeed. Oh shit, they got locked. I was shaking, but I can't be hitting Grandpa before he dies. Yeah, you really can't. But that is so rude. It's very frustrating. Only 3 inches, not too bad. Okay. And then another man saw, and he said, "Sir, that's rude. You need to wait your turn." Up to the old man. Okay. I mean, I'm glad that someone like spoke up. But yeah, I'm sorry, that sucks. Yeah, you're not saving this, gamers, if you're just gonna stand there. Yeah, they need to leave. I think someone should have left already for the Kobe. We're just gonna stand there. You might as well go, gamer. You're not saving nobody. Oh, that was very close. Did Claire even make it past? No, she's just also standing there still. Guys, what is this save attempt? What am I watching? She dies. What a mess. What a mess. I don't mind, but it's embarrassing because he's in the wrong and tries to fake his way through like he's right, and he can't stand it. It's not fair. It's not. I agree with you. Oh my god, the dead arc for distance. Well, A for effort. We got a pip from that. I don't know how, because... Hey, yo! Area 3! Nothing to go on. Okay, 10 more pips. Subway's too full. I'm sorry, Jill. That's got to be warm out there today as well. Alright, what about this gnome game? Where's my Steam? Come on. Can't find it? I get so frustrated when I can't find anything on Steam. Did you mean burgling gnomes? Sure. Find that for me.
Perhaps I will write a song about this plane. Not today.
Burgling gnomes on Steam. I have to go to fucking... Hello, Woodman. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Okay. Download Nemo. Coming soon. Add to your wish list, because why not? No, I'm not signing in. Just, like, bring me to fucking my Steam thing. Hey, GG's. Were you in our game? Hi, Just. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Are you an Unreal main, Just? Or were you just playing some Unreal? Install Steam? Just give me this fucking... Yes, Steam is installed. Open Steam. Okay, demo of Burgling Gnomes is installing. You saw them? Nice. Love her? Nah, you're very good with her. I do love myself a good Unreal game. I don't mind versing her. I like playing her. I can get him on board with this. That's great. How is the rest of your killer games? How is editing coming along? I know you said that you were on an editing vibe and grind the other day. You're so locked in still? Excellent. Where's my duo? Are you up there? Another Baba? No, it's a Billy. Okay. Please don't come here. Oh. Oh. Okay, I go another way. It's better. Literally editing right now. Excellent. Just made new thumbnail. Upload new vid. Made new thumbnail again. Oh my god, you are on a roll. Got that grind set? That's good. Did you look at the PTB? We have Corrupt. Is it an M1? Well, pain res. Double pain res. There's nothing here. Grim. So corrupt, grim, pain res. Why is Cheryl not back on their gen is my question. They are coming straight back to Hook. They are not tunneling. Okay. died to an M1 here. Unlucky. I'm back on the games? Good, except for 2 games. Imagine. That's free! My duo saved me. Let's go. I died again! That is so dumb! I'm not deserving. So this is miserable, but it's my own fault. Why do I always need to fuck everything up, guys? It's so annoying. It's so annoying. How was your nap? Are you driving now? Yeah. I'm not gonna make the same mistake twice, but I am gonna die to an M1 again. Oh, this pellet's gone. Well, GG's. Waiting out the dead arms. Strong again. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck it up this time. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Loftus. Is it BAM? Is it BAM? That's the question. I'm not gonna wait to find out. Fuck! This is a wall! Everybody look away. Not a long one. I'm going till 7. Because I have hockey tonight, sadly. Very, very sadly. Yesterday I thought about cancelling and I was like, no, I can't do that. I can play hockey tomorrow. And now I'm like, why didn't I cancel, you know? It's very annoying. Very annoying. Stuck in daily traffic jam? Oh no. But good nap? Good. There's a wall. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, this is a mistake. Nice. M1 again? Really? Why do I have to run so far for pellets? Unbelievable. I'm on controller. Yeah, the problem is I started out on Nintendo Switch just. So I only ever played DVD on controller. Like, I never owned a gaming PC until a year and a half ago, right? So I grew up with Nintendo. Console is all I know. So when I started playing DVD, I started out on Switch. I played for a year and then I realized that Switch was miserable. So I changed to PlayStation. Like, I bought a secondhand PlayStation at Marktplaats. Then I got a lot better at the game. And then when cross progression hits, I bought a PC. And then I tried to switch to mouse and keyboards, and it's just too difficult for me. I can't make the switch. I'm so used to my buttons the way you want to play, you know, on controller. I can't make the switch to mouse and keyboard. I have on Killer, but I never really played a lot of Killer on controller. I played some, but it was just fucking miserable. So, I'm on controller for Survivor still. I can imagine if you're used to PC that you can't go back to controller. It's virtually impossible. But that's all, a controller is all I know. Why sadly you should be motivated? Yeah, I'm not motivated. Hockey right now is at the bottom of the priority list. It's all the way at the bottom. I have so much stuff I want to do, so much stuff I have to do, and hockey is not on the short list. Twitch just told me it's your Twitch birthday today. Hello? How many years on Twitch? Controller is super nice. Hi Switch, by the way. Welcome in. How are your boys after school? It's nice, honestly, you should give it a try. I got a Stream Deck 2 days ago. Best decision ever, 100%. I think I got my Stream Deck a year ago. I've not even reached the full potential of it yet, but it's already made so many things so much better. Oh man, I wanted to hold him though. Oh, there's no pellets. I'm sick. Ah, it's here. Bro, the way that I thought I didn't have it. Hold it! Hold it! I don't know where he thinks I am, but I'm not there. Oh, this pallet's miserable. This is a dead end! M1 again. Yes. Cut me off. He didn't! Well, now I have a problem because I don't make this dead art though. Hold on, dead art. Fuck my life, bro. Yeah, GG's. If I still had that pallet in main, I would have been Gucci. I would have been able to buy more time. I was kind of hoping that he would hear the door and take the window to the side of the cinema to go cut them off. It was not to be. It was not to be. For Survivor. A controller for Survivor, yeah. But only if you're used to it, right? Widow! Let's go! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in.
Lakh Widow rated your channel with 14 viewers.
How were your games? Did you play some 2v8? Did you play some normal? Welcome in. Tell me everything. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Widow and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. Soon to have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in. Welcome in. W raid indeed. Welcome in. Mostly did 2v8, ended up some normal. You even did some 1v1s? How did it go? Were you playing killer on 1v1s? Who did you play? Did I get a pip for that? I think so. Oh, you got shit on. Surely not. I mean, there's some juicers out there. Let me catch up. Hold on. Micah evolved from a casual to a hardcore in the space of 2 years. Yeah, it's true. And Fabio was there to see it. On Friday, do you want to do 2v8? No, 2v8, Swish. We go 2v8. I have time. I'm 9 pips away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 pips away. And we still have 4, 5. We have 3 hours on stream. I should get at least Eerie 2 if games hold up. And I can pretty much get that anytime. So we're good to do 2v8, Swish. Unless you're like done at some point with 2v8, we can switch. Just call it out. We can do whatever. Affiliate stuff, 2-3 years. Let's go, Jill. Huge. Happy Twitch anniversary. The kids are chilling, decompressing from their co-students that can't behave properly. Oh, I bet. Steam Deck or stream? Both? Hey, yo. Let's go. On controller typing as we speak. Comp player? I mean, comp player, juicers. You got them with your blight? Let's go. I love that. Yeah, we're gonna go for another 3 hours here, gamers. So anyone that came in with the raid, you're welcome to hang out. Widow, you got any plans for the rest of the day? Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. Today's going up, up, up. Your Renato is P99 level 45. Oh my god, that is this moment. It's his moment for P100 Renato. Let's go. He and us together, we're glowing. This will be your last. I need to go and get some shopping in. Alright. We continue on that solo queue to pips. Need to do some cleaning up later today. Alright. I hope that goes quick. Get that done for the week. Having birthday tomorrow? Your birthday, Widow, or you're going to a birthday tomorrow? I mean, you don't have to say anything. But anyway, happy birthday. Or have fun at a birthday. Oh my god, it is yours. Let's go. Happy birthday in advance. I hope you're doing something fun, whether it is tomorrow or maybe celebrating another day. W birthday. At the end of February. You had a nodding Wesker 2v8, chased me from the start, lost 3 gens, downs you, get flashy saved because they were nodding, wasted time. By a random who nodded at me after the save. That's huge. Oh, that's why you gotta do the clean up. Parents coming over, and that's why you have to have some good food. I think it's a plan. Ah, nice. That'll be a good time then. Ah, not me loading into with a purple beam. Oh wait, it is last game. Ayo. More chainsaws. Okay, Billy again. They got double teamed eventually. Kept nodding while chasing, so you're not back. I escaped. He was so mad. Calm trash. Blah blah blah. People are so weird. You enjoyed that? I can imagine. Making the most Fabio creating a horror game compilation ever. Oh my god, Fabio. That'll be so easy because you have so many clips of that. I don't even know what that spicy was. Maybe blood flavor? I don't know. You change your name on PC on purpose? That's the one of the advantages of being on PC, right? That you get to change your name. Gamers are regularly post clips to TikTok and YouTube. If you want to go and drop a follow, check that out. That would mean a lot. I already got clips out there from the PTB from yesterday, the release of the new Survivor. I explained all of the Survivor perks with images from the PTB as well. And a little karaoke session I did with Loft for Vecna, new Vecna. He didn't like it. Thick slip stop. Exactly, Ely. Words are hard, okay? You got it? Thanks. You are the 142nd sub? Where? Let me guess your next sentence. English is not my native language. No, I was just excited about the TikTok clips. Clops.
I pulled out that gun. Rum, pa, pa,
Oh my god, on my YouTube.
rum, pa, pa, pa.
Thank you, Just. I appreciate you
Man
following.
down, rum, pa,
Don't
pa,
look at my thumbnails, okay? I'm still learning.
Man down,
Thank you for the games, my love. Thank you, thank you. It was a pleasure as always. No, pleasure's all mine. Let me put my fucking medkit back on. I need it, honestly. Judging the thumbnails as we speak. Listen, I just need to learn. I'm getting better though. The last one was
Perhaps I will
a
write
step
song
up
about this
from what I
plane.
usually do.
Not today.
Shit, I'm gonna have to run an ad, guys. I'm gonna do it now. I'm sorry, I can't snooze anymore. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. Aren't you happy we get reward only others can see when the game is over and you can already see your prestige level? For the P100. I didn't even know that I had 142 on my YouTube. I only just recently got 100, but thank you for the follow there, just. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm not happy about the P100 rewards. It looks nice, but like, can we get a reward where we can show off that we have fucking 18 P100s? Your Loftus need to teach me how to edit shorts. Yeah, just let me know what you need. Ah, Loftus hopped off at the wrong time. How did she get hit with birds? There's nothing there, gamer. Jill, the repelling of the birds is a problem with the new buttons. Because I can't run and repel. I knows. That's the first time I faced an artist since I've rebound my keys. I showed him. That's true. We work on it together, though. I mean, I don't get it. I get like a small bar in the middle which shows nothing of a chase. Oh. Happy with Adu as reading my messages. This was targeted. It looks nice, but not as a P100 reward. Yes, it looks nice, but it's not a P100 reward. That's what we're thinking, Widow. Like, it looks nice, but like, can we get an actual reward? Oh, this is so bad. This is so bad. Nice sidestep. I shouldn't go there because that is closed. Oh my god. She sent this though. I got zoned. We should have a party when you get to 20 P100s. What kind of party? Sorry if I missed you already answered. No, yeah, I was saying like I don't think it's a good reward. It's nice that you get to show. It looks nice, but like where's my actual P100 reward? Here you go, nothing as reward. Thank you. If anything, make 25, 50, 75 badges and 100 will be an outfit. Yes, Sealy, exactly. I feel like it's spitting in Veteran's face, not gonna lie. Yes. Yeah, it's not good, Widow, is it? Hi V, welcome in. Joe's just trying to make your game harder. Okay, is that what he did? I know I missed something, hold on. What do you use? I have Affinity. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so dead. I have Affinity Photo and DaVinci Resolve, which is also my clip editing software. Just Photopea is free online Photoshop. Yeah, helped me a lot. I'm broke. Yeah, I'm on Affinity. I'm on Affinity, gamer. I thought they could easily get past the license, while keeping the outfit as is. Just add me a glow and cover. Yeah, just like they did with I mean, just like they did with Legacy, right? A banner that shows the amount of P100s? That's also really cool. I like that. Oh shit, why am I running into Chase? Guess I'm gonna go back. Oh my god, deadlock. I'm just running around. Why not? Get drunk, play games, it'll be fun. It's a good idea. Let's see if I can look at that. Was that a save? It was a save. A stat track for P100s. Aiden and Liam have the best P100 awards. Deserved, but how about you, behavior? You use the command? Yeah, me too. But then still, like, it doesn't show in game. The best part, oh my god, has nothing to do with the license because Cheryl has it. Wow, that's actually a really good point. Find a Rebecca award, that one is sick. It's just feel very lazy. I mean, it's just non-creative. I think they just don't have the answer. Honestly, hello, woman, when you hear a gen, don't go towards it, maybe. I think they just don't know what to do. And they're like, well, this is the best we can do, let's publish that. Like, they should have taken more time to get something good. We have that plan set up, don't we? DVD and piss up. Oh. Bubber didn't get one, did he? Oh, just Eastry? Really? Not the elf? Oh. Well, then I'm not understanding what this reward is. Oh my god, the deadlock on the gen that's almost finished. Let me pressure this in case they can't go back to it. Oh, maybe I need to go save. Dead Man's Switch. It's just all the gen blocking situation. She's camping this. Are you sure? You should go, gamer. Cheryl, you think I'm running away for fun? Okay. Yeah. How about I heal you? I don't understand what you're doing right now. I literally don't understand. If you would have kept running, I could have taken a hit, but if you're just gonna stand there, oblivious, I don't know how I can help you, gamer. I don't know, I would gladly take hits, but if you're just gonna stand there annoyed over me not healing you when there's a killer running towards me, I can't help you. I can't help you, that's it. Another modern LAN party, yes. Watch out the big scary, well, you... Watch out the big scary killers, darling. I'm not dying with you. GG, good luck next. I don't understand. Better not finish the resurgence heal in 1 second. W me? Just run. The gate was open. We take hits. What's your problem? Oh yeah, surely you will. I don't see why not. Honestly. You won't heal me, but you will take hits? What a sad little baby. Unbelievable. Entitled Survivors.
To join me for my next adventure?
Oh my god. If your instinct is to heal instead of run for the door, then you're... No. Baby hour stuff, yeah. How was I supposed to know they have resurgence? Like, run! Literally! The game was finished. Let's heal when I can't go down for 15 seconds next to a door. Yeah, and then I'm the bad guy, the baby that ran from the scary killer. Ah, people. Yeah, baby hours. Don't understand. They came here and make a laugh of themselves? I don't know. I don't like arguing with people. Any killer mains in here? I don't know at the moment, but we've got a few killer mains. Do you like as a question or to them? Or are we gonna trash talk entitled survivor mains? I had someone come in chat and just say you're awful. Aww. At what? As a person? Truer words never spoken? Nah, I seen you save some people in your day. Fabio, you can't handle the truth. Why would you throw your game and then cry in endgame chat when you literally could have escaped over a resurgence heal? I can't. I was just wondering how they deal with the month with awful queues. I mean, we know how they deal. They're all upset, and rightfully so. They're all upset about it. It's annoying how they play WoW instead. Yeah, maybe. It's annoying how it affects the queues so badly, right? Fishing! While in queue, top tier. Oh, that's corrupt. Wesker. AFK? Everybody's chilling. Yeah, he is AFK. He's over there. Okay, we keep an eye on him. And we do a gen. Love visiting a queue for 6 minutes. Going into Swift is gonna finish the game faster if they brought BMP. Yeah. Your friend who streamed has the last couple weeks that when he plays he doesn't do gens. Only moonwalk. And every day at least 4 people randomly get in to tell him in their own way to stop moonwalking and do something. I mean, it's frustrating. But also, you have to understand that the only thing you can control is how you play. It's sad because they're right and they try to tell him as well, but he believes moonwalk is what makes you a good survivor. Oh, yeah, it's frustrating. Every day at least 4 people would tell me he's trash and he defends himself by moonwalking. I have no idea how to help him. Yeah, that's not the... I don't think it's the right way to go. You're not making friends anyway, but listen. We can't all expect everyone to take this game as serious as we do it. But yeah, I would be annoyed if that was my teammate. Let me cleanse this Noed. Hi, Only, welcome in. How are you? If it gets permanent, the game will literally die. Yeah, I don't think it should. They should make it permanent. I've heard people say that there's talk of making it permanent. How did this... Oh. I guess... Wesker's up. Did this gen just get blocked? Am I crazy? Wasn't I looking at this gen? Oh. It... Ooh! Okay, so it was my fault. That's fine. Oh. So he has the build? What's the build? Oh, you lose your terror radius when a gen gets blocked? Nah, he's back to hook him. Yeah, silent while shit's blocked. Exactly. They say it's on the radar, but I can't do it right now because of technical reasons. They shouldn't be doing it at all, but yeah. Have you got a command? I said one word and a shout out. It's automatic for you now only. So every time you come and you type in chat for you and some of our fellow streamer friends, it's an automatic shout out now. It's definitely a thing that makes me kind of step away from the game. Two creators never... Hello? No heals? What is this solo queue situation? I forgot about the new perks, didn't I? He knows how the game works. He moonwalks because his chat is babies who can't look for 2 seconds, so they get impressed with moonwalks, and that's messing him up from making good content. And he's my real life friend, not a random I met on Twitch. There's nothing you can do about it. People are gonna play how they're gonna play. But people who know about this game are not gonna be hanging out there, right? Because they know. That it's and we're 3 Gen 2. Imagine. Yeah, it's undetectable. Secret project perk. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you for catching me and bringing me back up to speed. Obviously, I didn't play a whole lot when Henry came out because I was traveling. So I didn't get to experience. I mean, it's a good thing I didn't get to experience a lot of Henry. I have a feeling that she sees him. Oh, deadlock. He's gone back to hook him. Look at him. She's dead. I'm gonna DMS this and then do the other gen. That's what it was earlier with you as well. Oh really? Same stuff? There we go. Lara can do the other gen. And I pressure this one. He doesn't have a TR now though, but... Ah. Lara tasted that. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. I met the guy Jill's talking about. He's funny. Oh, really? Only thank you for the Pedro. Fools played him, remember? Was the best looper in the world. Oh, Fools faced him? I mean, that's unfortunate. He shouldn't have undetectable now because there's no gens. He's here. No deadmans. He's at my gen. He's chasing me. He's not going back. To protect the other gen, interestingly. Fuck. Hello? Okay, that was good, I suppose. Fuck. Why did it take them so long to get back on that gen, y'all? Wait, I thought there was a vault here. There's no vault here. Yes, you swing. Oh shit! Beautiful. Oh. Damn, GG's. I don't make it out of this game. If I get hooks this close to the gate and they... He camps this, right? He just gets his 2k? Yeah. They should get out. Because I don't think you can save this. TVA's messing Wesker up. It's... Oh, wow, he gets robbed here, but Lara... I don't think this was the way to go. Appreciate it, though. We might all die now if he comes back to Hook. He does. That means he sees the cage now. And we're in big trouble over here. Is he chasing Cage? Yes or no? He's not. He's picking Lara. Okay. Interesting. I cannot heal. I'm annoyed. Is he with him? Or is he here? He's with okay. He's with Cage. He's still with Cage. Cage is out. We have a chance here because this gate is ready, but he has got 2 dashes and he might cut us off. Let's see. There he is. He's coming back. And we make this. I think Wesker made a mistake here. I don't think he should have hooked the Lara. I think if he would have gone for the cage, unhooking me, I think he could have had at least another 2k instead of a 3-man out. Did he grab the Lara on the gate? No. You see people dashing quick? Yeah, I think sometimes the quick dashes, they take survivors by surprise. But yeah, it does sound like it could be because of the way they play Wesker in 2v8. Okay. 2 ace gamers, both a non and a Trevor. See how these gamers will do. That was a good chase, I think, against that Wesker. I have to say, though, it was the fact that he still got a 1k, even though he was AFK for the first 3 gens. Trickster. With lethal. Potentially. Let me work on this gen. Don't do this gen with us, gamer. Just do the gen that you ran by. Don't do this gen with us. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro walked past 3 gens and was like, hey, here's a gen. Let me sit on this gen with everybody else in this game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Alright, deadlock again. We're seeing a lot of gen blocking perks today. Ace is on another gen. It's not Ruin. I don't know what this hex is. I didn't pay attention. Oh, fuck. Blood paper. Okay. Yeah, he dies now. That's, I mean, I appreciate the attempt to take the BT hit, but I don't know if that was the way to go. Let's do a quick look here. If we can find that blood favor. DS. Okay, that explains a lot better the situation. Then it was a really good play by the ace. He wasted a lot of time with that. This is a doll. I was hoping my quick scan would get me to this totem faster. I'm thinking that the Trickster will go to the Deadlock gen to see if he can find someone there. Okay, that's Blood Favor gone. He will probably come this way now. Or is he just camping? That's also possible. I'll just heal. DS. Trust. Jill saw the calm place from a mile away. On the anonymous ace. I missed the skill check. That's unfortunate. Alright. The ace went to save the ace. I'm gonna go finish his gen. It's not this gen. Maybe this one. It's not this gen. It was that gen. Okay, I'll just put pressure on this one. He's tunneling out the first ace. You knew because it was an ace? Mori. Shit, I didn't mean to be here. Okay, I got a whole lot of distance. I'm just trying to get away from the gens. Shit, long wall. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright. It's a win in my book. Trevor's already on the gate. And oh, the Noeds. Lucky, thank you for the strap and stream streak. Thank you so much. Now it's over. Noed carry, guys. Noed carry. Can I attempt? No. M1 to the back of the head in 3, 2, 1. Clunk. GG's. Alright. I'm ready up. Quick
I will
toilet
write a
break.
song about
And
this
then
plane.
we'll be back. Let's see. Did we get a... Yay! We're Eerie 2, guys. We have 2 hours and 20 minutes left, and we're gonna try and get 5 pips. Can we do it today? Let's find out. Should have been 366 already. I mean, the stream streaks are complicated, and I don't think I've even been allowed the stream streaks for that long yet. Surely days have passed, but not streams. Oh, everybody's ready. Okay, I guess we go toilet break next game, because everybody's already ready. Except the killer. Ready up. Thank you. Yeah, possibly. That sense. Let's go. Clown. Okay. Talita. I'd probably die for that. I don't. But at least we wasted some time for her to get to another tile. I mean, we got a gen from that. That's huge. I should heal because... Oh, I'm gonna die. Hold on. Hold on. Talia, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. How's your day going? I saw you over at Swish's earlier. Hello. Is she gonna loop here? Going well, minus period cancer. Went on a walk this morning and now chilling with some crisp in your stream. Excellent, excellent, excellent. No pain res. Shit. Shit. Bro, she's got fast heals. That's huge. W. W, fast heals. Why me? Why me? It's always me, guys. I'm the chosen one. I just die. So annoying. Oh, he's gonna be too fast. Not fast enough. Nothing but misery? I forget what that dumb perk does. How's my day? It's going really well. Sweaty for the TTVs? Yeah, but he was on chase with Talita. And then I went to take a hit. Oh, they're upset about the hit taking early game? Is that why I'm getting tunneled? Oh, he's so angry. We'll make it. All the gamers with the fast heals. Giving us a chance. That's huge. That's huge. Let me go sit my ass on a gen over here. Oh. I cleanse this. I don't know. Maybe it helps. I don't know what this... It blocks windows. It's a hex. Ah, okay. I cleanse it. It's better for everyone. Alright. Kate's taking him over there. Oh, he's looking for me. Hold on. I was worried about that. That's why I was hiding. He's going back to Hook now. I'm gonna go back to the back gen over there. See if we can get some progress. Adam is taking chase. Talita's also on a gen. Okay, we're in a good place here. Yeah, he wins me. Yeah. I think the other ones are better loopers. They wasted more time. And I think he's upset about the early hit taking. We've got really good gen spread here. Adam's healing, so he's not in chase. Okay, the Talita's in chase now. And I think they're over there. Kate's gonna go help the Talita. I'm gonna sit on this gen. She didn't make it. Unlucky. I got over 100 hours on Steam DVD. Let's go! Big milestone, Jill. PC gaming all the way. He might come here. No, he wants the Kate. No, he's coming here. I don't know what to do. He wants the Kate. I'm sticking my gen. She knows I'm here. Let's see. He chases her or he changes to den protection. No, he chases her and she doesn't make it anywhere. She's going basement. She's going basement. You're on 73? Let's go! But we're all like new PC gamers. I'm going to wait 1 second and see what he does here. Is he gonna go patrol the gates? He is. Which means the Adam has time to go to... He's gonna go back. No, he's looking for me. He is gonna go back, and now I can do the gate. This is the perfect scenario, guys. This is the perfect scenario. It was either he was gonna check the gate like what happened, or... Oh shit, is he gonna slug now? And this gate is not ready? He's not here yet. I have Wiglif. I don't... Nah, this is... We don't make it. That's unlucky. Yeah, he's just better. He's just better. GG's. They have a chance here. Adam is healing in the basement. Kate took Chase for distraction, or maybe she was trying... Maybe she was trying to take Chase and distract? Hi, Drummer Witch, welcome in. How are you? Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. Alright, toilet break. You're so sweet, Jamia. Thank you. It's automatic now, Drummer Witch. You're a fellow streamer friend. You deserve all the love. I think this is a one-man out here. He's not going to be quick enough. This door needs some progress still, but it's not bad. That was, it was well played by the Adam. GG's. Well done. Feeling pretty good today. Nice. Looking forward to the sunshine outside while I drive around. Oh my god, is it sunny your end? It's sunny here as well. I'm doing well, thank you. It's I had a really nice morning at the horses because of the good weather. I got a lot of work done today for my job work, my office job, which was good because that needed doing. And yeah, now we're streaming and gaming, and I hope I got a pip from that. We didn't. 5 more pips to Erie 1 and 2 more hours to go on stream. Hi Jack, good evening. How are you? How are you? Yeah, we're gonna take a short break because I have to pee. How've the games been? Mostly good.
Shout out to
2
Jack
frustrating
Maracas.
ones, but mostly good. I need to set something up here. There we go. Yeah, so we've gotten from Gold 1 to Erie 2. I did have a little help. My duo came to carry me for a little while. And we're trying to get 5 pips. That's the objective. I'm gonna take up Wiglif. Maybe Wake Up. I'm kind of happy about this right now. Maybe Urban. I'm gonna get laughed at, aren't I? Do you want some help? You can come game, Dahlia, if you want. You're welcome to join. I don't need, like, hit taking, like, super extra to get pips. If I get them, I get them. We're just gonna play. I don't know. I'm going Urban. I'm going Urbanization. That's gonna help. It's good to see everyone, guys. Thanks for hanging out today. You're good? Just been working today? Napping afterwards? Perfect. Just woke up. Hope you're well. I am, Jack. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know. Yeah, we were on regular one before. Alright, I'm gonna take a toilet break. We're gonna wait for Dahlia to get in here. And then we'll be right back.
will stand with me against the darkness.
The new map is so much fun. Did you play the PTB, Jack? No, I saw you play the PTB. I saw a lot of 50-50 pallets, no? Oh, the 3-gen is here. Blight. Cat Blight. I thought the map, it looked good. I like the new perks. I really like the new survivor perks. The only bad thing is 50-50 central, but the buildings are strong if you pre-run. Okay. Yeah, I was just, I don't know if you saw my my YouTube. I was hanging out in the karaoke bar mostly. Just with my 1, 2, 3 on the stage. But it looks really awesome. And it was good to try. The new Survivor, the movement feels very smoothly, very good. Oh my god, Em, I just had a sweaty ghoul for slowdown and now full chase hag. Everybody's on the slowdowns on 1v4. Normal is tough today. You had good teammates, so that's good. Yeah, I've been having good teammates mostly as well. Pain res? No. Oh my god. If she does not have balanced landing, then I don't think that was the way to go, honestly. And the DC, no collision. Now I'm sad I don't have Wiglif, because I have to take this hit for this girl. Can she stop moving? Hello? Go, 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 go! Just picking the bolts. Yeah, you saw the Vecna? Yeah, that was funny. I'm kind of anxious to go back into regular 1v4 queue. I think it's Lethal Barbecue, honestly. Why are we sweating? We're at 4 gens. We have a bolt. I'm not following. I am not following. Those good points. When do blights not sweat? Yeah, that's a really good point. Probably not a big percentage. We're still stuck with a very bad 3-gen over there at the back. And we've pretty much dropped every single pallet imaginable. I don't know which gen the bot is doing. Ah! In the 3-gen. Okay. Okay. Okay, Dahlia died in a really good spot here. Honestly, we should try and get this. We should try and get this done. No, 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 bots! Okay. Okay, he went main. No, he went 4. That's where the other gen was with a lot of progress. I'm gonna chill here for a second, see how this turns out. Wait, blights are legally allowed to not sweat? Yeah, that's a good point, V. That's a really good point. Looking forward to see the new Survivor perks. They're all pretty decent. I enjoyed working with the new perks. I thought they were for survivors. I think they're pretty interesting. That unhook that I got with 4 stacks was faster than Desperate Measures unhook. That's massive. If Blight goes for Sable, we have a chance here. There's no way we're pulling this back. Unbelievable. She's chasing here. Okay, I was kind of hoping she'd be at the back of the buildings. Dahlia's still chilling over there. Looking forward to new perks. Sorry, I read that already. I saw, yeah, me too. Hey! Oh, that's Dahlia on the chest. I don't know if the Sable's in chase. Okay. Is she just... yeah, this is a problem. Yeah, this is a problem. This is, she gets moried in the gates. It's very sad. Oh, fuck. Chikobi's. She deserves it. Hold on. Shit! Shit. We pulled that back.
You have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Sable's console. Unlucky. Hey yo, Yoshi with the raid.
Yoshi
Thank you so
Strobs
much.
rated your channel with 4 viewers.
Welcome in. How was DBD for you today? Thank you so much for choosing me to raid. Welcome in. Good to see you. Gamers, if you don't follow Yoshi, she's a variety streamer. Please go check her out. She's a wonderful person. Great content creator. It's always a good time over there. Go drop that follow. Aiden man, hello, welcome in. It was great. What servers are you playing? I'm EU. I'm from the Netherlands. Awesome games. Good. Did you play normal or 2v8? Look at all this bloody, I mean, maybe not the bill, all the bloody gaming that's going on. Great lobbies too. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad. That's great to hear. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Yoshi and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a Survivor main. I'm working on my 18th P100. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse and stables. Welcome in, everyone. It's a wild bill. Yes, we don't see a lot of bill. 2v8. Gotta get it in. I've not played. Oh yes, I remember you saying that. I thought you said that with the extension you wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to play it. You just joined Yoshi's stream and she was playing the last game. Oh, unlucky. Are you a Survivor main, Aiden? It always is like that when you join. When someone joins. I'm glad to hear you had a good time. If you need to raid and run, I completely understand, but we're going for another 2 hours over here. We're playing some DBD Survivor. I'm trying to get Eerie 1. I'm going to assume that Blight game, I got a pip, so I think we're 4 pips away from getting Eerie 1 here. We vibe and we chillin'. You did your dead art. Oh. And that Chase hack DC'd because of Dead Art? I'm very close now. I'm very close. Works and Chase. Good job, Only. You play Survivor more than Killer. You made Lara Croft P28. Let's go. But I'm getting more Survivor than Killers to P3. Good, good, good. Unlock your perks. Get everyone P3. Get your bloody skins. I think it's the bloody skins, no? The P3 reward? Or is it P6? P3, it's all the perks. I think P3 is all the perks. Did he just grab the box mid-chase and now we're cooked? Or is... No, the box is still there. Ah, he found the box. Unlucky. Am I on box duty? There's no box duty. We just grab it when we need to grab it. Now I'm on box duty. It's right here. No teleport? Is he here though? No. Oh, he is. He's busy. Oh, shit. Don't change to me! Oh, the medium too. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Mind games? Oh, that's not... I thought I saw him here. I did not see him here. Oh, the way that was gonna not hit me. Oh, that's the wrong button. Chaos. Hi, Nana. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. I summoned you. I did. You hate box duty? I like convenience more than box duty. The one that's closest and that's not on the gen with the most progress should get the box, no? I find it annoying that I can't play other survivors if they don't have very rare perks. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to focus on unlocking everything, Aiden. It will make your, you know, your ability to change between survivors, you know, playing one and the other, more easy. But the grind is difficult. I remember from back in the day. That's difficult. You always end up doing it? Nah, I'm more of a convenience box doer. You got Jake, Lori, David to P3 main perks. That's good. So you got your Dead Art, your DS. I mean, it's DS is universal now. Jake, what perk do you have on Jake? The P100 reward looks cool. I mean, you see the list here only. It looks really cool, but can I say that I'm feeling like it's a fitting reward for the grind of getting 18 P100s? No. You're having a field day with it. You got murdered by your own ping. That's unlucky. You're good, Nana. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I'm doing well. Thank you. I got back to the office job at the event center, which is really, really fun and it's good money, but also it's taken up a lot of my time. I'm just very active right now, and I'm kind of behind. I'm kind of behind on a lot of things, so I'm trying to catch up. And that's rough.
Aidenman _ followed your channel.
But I'm doing mostly fun things, so I'm enjoying that. Is he coming back to this hook? No. Okay, good, good, good. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. What's happening right now? You have almost 10, so you know the pain. I don't know if he's gonna come here, but I want to be in a tile if he does come here. How? Oh, I'm fucking this up. I'm so fucking trash, bro. I don't even know what to do. Use the S. Ah, Iron Whale. That's a great perk. Dead Arc, Champion of Light, and a flashlight. Let's go. I'm no good with the beams, so you won't see that in mine. You won't see that in mine. Nah, this is a pro. May I join after this match? Yes, you can add me. And I think this is the rules. If you feel like that applies to you, you're welcome to join for some games. The chains are the worst. Yeah, usually I'm not so bad against Pinhead. I'm just not paying attention for some reason. Pinhead gives you anxiety? No. We have one gen done, by the way. GG's. GG's! Everybody's dead. Unbelievable. Oh my god, why are we running to the only gen with progress? I take hits. Please stick your gen, gamer. He's not in chase with you. Pinhead apparently makes me forget how to play the game. Yeah, this is over. I think she's gonna commit to this chase. I don't think he'll teleport. It does have a dot between Aiden, but switching as a link. Ah, yeah. This is. It's better if you invite me. I don't make it to this hook. Fuck my life. Well, it's GG now. We gotta make it look good. If he doesn't kill me, I can't go next. Beautiful. Yes. We'll play some words while we wait for this Steam game thing to come through. Ah, nice. 2 pips. Excellent. And while we wait out this ad break. Good job, chat. 3 more prestiges and I finally have my first B100. Let's go. You're getting very close now. I'm bringing BPS, right? Yeah. Can't join. Dahlia, is your lobby set to private? By any chance? Mm. Quick! Nana, you're on cooldown. Can nobody join my lobby now? What's happening? Yeah, the timer, Nana. You see the little locks in the green bar? When you've put your word quick in, you're gonna have to wait until the next lock to go away. There's no fucking O. You didn't know? Yeah, so you're gonna need to wait a little bit before you put in your next word. I don't know any of these words. Oh, it's quicker. Jesus. Hello. Where are we going? The invitation could not be accepted. We're in my lobby now, Aidan. What's your in-game name? Is it also Aidan? I mean, you said something about names. We got it, gamers. We got it. We got it. We can play one more. Fucking hell. What's happening, gamers? What is this word, y'all? I have no idea. Good job, chat. Good job. I'm making a mash. I'm making a mash, Nana. It's a typical Dutch one. Boerenkool. Yeah. So it's potatoes, kale, which is typical for a Dutch mash, with smoked sausage and crispy bacon. Boerenkool stamppot for my Dutchies, my Belgians. You guys know. It sounds delicious. It really is. I enjoy it very much. It was funny. I got to the store on Monday, and here in the Netherlands, the supermarkets do these. I think it's coming more common around the world, that if a product's about to expire, you can buy the products like in a sale or something. Not like a sale, but you get like a discount. So they put a sticker on, like you get like a 35% discount to the product, because they're gonna have to throw it out if it's about to expire. And it's kind of a way to go against food spillage, to get people to buy those products before they expire, because they're still good and they're still allowed to sell them until a certain date. So I'm all about those deals. And when I got to the store on Monday, right at the entrance. Oh, it's nowhere to hide. Hold on. Right at the entrance, they had the whole kind of like bin with all the stuff that was about to expire. Oh, back to Hoek. And all the ingredients for the stew were right there. There was one package of kale, one package of potatoes, and one smoked sausage. And I was like, that's one meal right there in the sale bin. I'm getting it. Quick, get me out of the States. I mean, you guys got the best hot dogs, Nana. The most delicious hot dogs. I always try to get a hot dog when I go over. S'mores, hello? I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to want to be in the United States at this point, but like, I can think of good food. Like the day old food discount. Yes, exactly, V. Not always a day old, but just a general naming convention for that in America. Yes. Hot dogs are disgusting. I mean, I just love them. They're just so good. With ketchup though. Guys, if you did enjoy eating hot dogs, or if you had to, what's your sauce of choice? I'm ketchup. I'm ketchup all the way for my hot dogs. Even if I had relish, I would still eat it with ketchup. Hi Corvus, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Veggie hot dogs? Actual sausages? Yeah, I mean better. But like, the flavor of hot dogs is just, it's too good. I just love a good hot dog. You eat one occasionally? Exactly. Ketchup and mayo, spread in the bun. Hot dogs with garlic sauce? Good choice. Nurse hits you as you fall off the main building. What? Really? Nah, that's comp. Oh shit. DS play. Let's go. Oh. I need to pay attention. You always confuse the sound with the nurse and the artist? I mean, some sounds are the same, Nana, like that. I always confuse Desslinger with Pyramid Head. I feel like you know how Pyramid Head has that, like, the right of judgment, like the underground thing. I think it sounds so similar to the Deathslinger shotgun, or whatever it's called. I always get them confused. Oh, your ping is rough, Dahlia. It's rough gaming today. Oh, Finesse. Finesse Gaming. The harpoon gun. That's it. That's the one. Was that a really late pain res on a second hook? Is she insane? Crows! Don't give me away! Ah, resurgence. Let's see if I don't get yelled at. Let's make sure we don't get yelled at by another resurgence survivor throwing their game when they had 15 seconds to run out of an open gate, but they refused to because I didn't heal them when they had resurgence and the killer was coming back to hook. Imagine. True story, guys. That happened today. She doesn't know I'm here, it's fine. She can't kick that gen, it's regressing. No, nowhere to hide. Excellent gameplay. Oh shit, she knows! Oh, good blink, good blink. Holy. Holy good blink. She knew! This nurse knows everything! She'll never find me. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She'll never find me. She doesn't hear me. She doesn't have a headset. I get out of here alive! I can't believe that worked. That's insane. Okay, back to work. He doesn't have a headset. I mean, we had to, like, guess. No, Bossy is dead as hell. I'm gonna heal in the corner real quick. Dahlia's on the last gen. W medkit. Have you tried bacon wrapped hot dogs? It's probably not good for the body, but it's so tasty. Yes. Don't die. Oh, we're not dying. Dahlia, we have the other gate ready. Oh, this is a bush. I hate this map by Shaq. Are you coming? Yes, you're here. Ayo, GG gamers. Let's go. I think there's a typo in that Nightblood message should be regularly instead of regular unless you ran out of characters. Yeah, you're right. Very good point. Let me update that, V. Thank you. That's, you're absolutely... I knew it was nowhere to hide. They always have nowhere to hide. Alright, let me... I must have got a pip from that. That was the best chase of my life. Eee! One more. We're actually gonna get it on stream today. Okay, I'm jinxing it, but... Yeah, I never noticed it either. Maybe they're getting confused. Maybe she didn't have a headset. I should have asked. Where is that message? Dailies, social media. Irregular. Bro, that's not even a small typo. That's just a whole mistake. I got it. I got it. This is nothing. Fixed. Thank you, V. All good. Hi, Dom. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you. One of the local bars has a hot dog stand outside. Quite delicious every time. Yes. The street dogs. Very, very good. GG, you got bombs? Oscar TV, I'm sorry, how old are you? I don't think that's polite to ask, and I don't think I should have to say that. UK is missing a cop salon. You go. You got this? We did. That is a common nurse build. Yeah, that's why I figured it was gonna be nowhere to hide. Micah, what have we learned about Jinx it? I know. I'm sorry. You got murdered the first time because of your ping. The lag spied me back into her. Unlucky. I got you. Thank you, V. Thank you. You're always looking after me, you guys. Since we do care about being polite on the internet. Okay, but I had to try. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is. But, hey, yo. Welcome in. You play DBD? Osper? Oh my god, it's a Legion. I've been playing so much 2v8, I don't know if I remember how to play Legion. Okay, this is not the way. This is not the way. I have to move away from the survivors. No eerie button. I die here? Not yet. Soon. Bamboozle? No. Oh, God! I got stuck. We need to get the other gen done. Otherwise, we're gonna be fucked. 10,000. An ancient dragon turned into a YouTuber.
Attention alien army, we do have a raid
Nittens!
incoming.
Hey yo! Hi
Raid
Evo!
incoming.
Hi Nittens! Thank you for the raid! How was DBD for you today? Welcome in!
Nittens rated your channel with 8 viewers.
Did you play some 2v8 or were you on regular? I know, Evo. We're just out there. Welcome in, everyone. Gamers, if you came in with the Raven Nittens and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I'm working on my 18th P100. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. An interesting way to play Legion. This is one of the two ways to play Legion, if you ask me. Thank you so much for the follow.
KTP
Welcome in. I
followed your
appreciate your
channel.
support for the channel. I hope you're having a good day. We're doing all the things, Evo. We're doing all the things. I need to get your shout out. Hold on, give me a second. It was great. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome in. It was great. You just played 1v4 open lobbies. Nice. How are we out games? I'm doing well. I had a really nice day at the stables. The weather's beautiful here out here in the Netherlands today, and the horses were like happy. It was really nice. I got some work done. Oh, that's a trade. I'm sorry, guys. You had to go through that. Yeah, I just got back from my 5-week trip 2 weeks ago. And yeah, we're trying to like get back into it. I have an office job again, so I'm trying to like manage everything. I like to keep active, do all the things. I think I should stay here because they are still there. I don't know. Should I? Should I help? Yeah, it's going really well. I have a lot of tournaments. I should have stayed there. I'm doing this. Game's generally good. I was gold 1. We were trying to get every one, and apparently we're 1 pip away. So yeah, it's going really well. It's good games. I'm generally finding my plays today are alright. I'm happy. So it's been good. It's been good. M is a DBD fanatic, but is she an OG player? I don't think so. Oh, hello. I started playing in 2021. I don't think I'm allowed to be called OG for that, am I? Yeah, we can't both be on a gen gamer. There's people dying over there. And now I'm dying. Ah, mistakes! I should have looked behind me. I did not. This game is miserable. I will be one day. I mean, I can't turn back time. I can't turn back time. I will never have played DBD in 2016. Glad to hear. Thank you. I thank you for trusting me with your community. I understand if you need to raid and run, but for those of those that want to hang out, for those of you that want to hang out, we're going to be live for another hour and a half at least here. While we try to get this last pip to get Eerie 1, and this game is not going to happen, I can tell you that much. Although I have to say, we did have a blind game earlier where we had a Survivor DC at 5 gens, and we managed to get a 2 out. So maybe we can turn this around. DS by Aiden, that's crazy. 2018 is class, is OG veteran. Well, I started playing in 21 only. Sad times. Sad times. Fnatic though, yes. I'll take DBD Fnatic. Nittens, are you in any more tournaments? I don't know if you're still here. I've got a tourney on Saturday. I'm excited to see what that's going to be about. DVD will be out for a very long time, so you could become a veteran? Okay, okay, okay. I understand. I don't think I should be here. You feel like a veteran? You feel like a veteran at this point, Evo? You're not. You're just chilling in pubs for a while. Good. Good. For, you need to go. You need to go. You need to go. You need to go. Oh, no way. Oh, you should have gone Shack Gamer. Shit. You started in 21 and raid and run? Alright, gonna go grab some food and chill out. Hope games and stream go well. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sorry, Aiden. You had a really good chase. You had a really good chase when you hit your DS. You wasted a lot of time. started in 2020. You had the game since 2018 though? Yeah, you're OG. You use Shack? Alright. You got it free on PS for PS Plus. The good old days. Game's gone way better since then, but it's totally different in my IRL friends played. Now they would think it's a new game. Yeah. I mean, so much has changed with this game, right? They're so active in constantly changing it. Which is good, right? I think the updates are good. Some stuff needs to be worked on still, but I still very much enjoy playing this game. Ah, yes, I'm very happy with these gray skill checks. There's 3 then is shit, though. There's no way they got Killer Instinct on me from this distance. They're gonna go for the hook. Ah, I was gonna go locker, but there's no point now. If it's barbecue, it's barbecue. We wait for the hatch. I find it hard looping a map without knowing what has spawned. Of course, that is always. I find that difficult as well. Did someone bring a headshot ring? Or was that actually like very, very, very cool? It was very cool! There was no headshot ring. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Huge. That was huge. GG's. Ah, we found Osper. They do play DBD. They were playing Legion. Was that a pip? Yes! Haha! That hatch just got me Eerie 1, gamers. GG, we did it in one stream. From gold 1 to Eerie 1. I didn't think we were gonna get it in one stream. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's go. We go again. We go again! Yeah, I agree with you, Aiden. It is I find that difficult too. Just give us old Automac and farm map. The new colors not so good. You think? Colors also? I'm on that hatch. I'm on that hatch. You did? You had faith? I was just guessing. I was just guessing. All the BP offerings for the good points. We are on that P100 grind, Aiden. We want them points. Dahlia is almost P100 UE. You're like 52? Nice. Excellent, excellent. Do some exercise and stretches. Good luck on stream. Thank you, Only. Thank you for hanging out. You find looping the killer easier if I've been running around the map looking for a hex, as I can see where the pallets have spawned. Yeah. That's a good shout. I don't pay nearly enough attention to my surroundings to like know where the pallets are, or even to remember when they are when I'm in chase. Yeah, Dahlia, to come back to your question, I think you mentioned, you said the Legion was playing strange. I think usually what you'll see with Legion is one of two things. The first one is kind of like how we know Legion, which is frenzy hit and then to find the other survivors. But I feel like a lot of Legions did what I think this one did, is to hit in frenzy, get close to the survivor, and then to go for the canceling of power or the double hits to get it down. Oh, this Serena doesn't like to double up on gens. Now I feel like I'm a bad player. Kaneki? Don't loop check. Nah, she knows. You've looked at Freddy for 5 gens. Couldn't do it without the pallet save and flashlight save from your team though. Honestly, valid. That saves so much. It wastes so much time. So does your DS, Aiden. Like, it wastes so much time, and if you have a good team that's on gens, pain res deadmans. They'll never know I'm here. They won't see me. Checking lockers, that's a good sign. They don't know that I'm here. More locker checking. Good, good, good. Don't turn around. Don't have nowhere to hide. Don't have nowhere to hide. They've got nowhere to hide. That is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. We were doing so well. Nice medium. Love to see it. Oh, I went the wrong way. I mean, I'm dropping check here. Did they... Oh, I fucked it up. Okay. This is a 50-50 pellet. Maybe I should have stayed. Take a hit! Or just watch me die. That's also fine. Beep! Okay, I will never judge you again! Okay, I'm judging you. The roller coaster of emotions in DBD is real. You will take 20 legions. You hate this killer. Oh, there's so nothing here. I don't want to do this gin. There's literally this pallet and then nothing. I feel like this is the first time I've seen you hooked. What are you saying, Nana? That I'm cooking? Maybe I'm cooking a little bit today? Oh, I got hooked. Best believe. I was death hooked last game. Gamers, that Legion was the person that came in chat and asked about my age. Like, what is the difference? What's the difference? What do they care what my age is if they're facing me? Just play. You think Killer's Lightborn? Oh. Well, then I have to unjudge the Laura. Oh, sorry, that's you. Sorry, that is you. Maybe Lightborn. I think maybe it was late. Doesn't matter. You almost had it. Eruption? You also hate this killer? I'm over it. I don't hate them anymore, but I'm not great against them. We're gonna 3-gen over. No, I mean, it's not really a 3-gen. I mean, it's a little bit of 3-gen. It's a big, fat 3-gen. I mean, we have progress. Yeah, I mean... And they're here, too. Okay, I go on a juicer chase here. Or she goes on a juicer chase here. And we do gens on the other side. Deadlock. Deadlock eruption. Deadman switch pain res. It's not Lightborn. I will apologize for yelling at you. It was more... I didn't like... That was more fun for the game. Then I meant that you were bad. But I don't think it's Lightborn. Okay, now it's a problematic 3-gen. You guys are gonna have to split on gen. Maybe they get this? No, it's pain res. It's pain res! We're gonna have to split on gens, guys. Otherwise, we're not getting it. Shouldn't have used my medkit for this, but hey ho. Take chase to the other side, he won't chase you. Probably. Yeah, he won't. He's guarding this huge 3-gen. Yeah. He's not gonna chase here. We're gonna have to play the long game here. Aiden, where did you go? Can I mend you somewhere? I don't see you. Where did you go? The thing was blocking the save? Yeah, that could have been it. Are you still... Yeah, there's nothing on this side, Aiden. Everything's on the other side. We can heal mid-map and then we go back in. Hello. The gate by Shaq. He's not gonna chase us mid-map. So you can take... we can go in. Work on the gens. If he comes to our gen, we run mid-map. He won't chase us there. We heal up, go back in. We play the long game now. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Mid-map, Dahlia. Mid-map. He won't chase you. He has to protect his 3-gen. There we go. Back on Aiden. Alright, back to the gens. I heal Aiden. Hello. There he goes. He can only kick them 8 times. There we go, we heal. Then enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. I have to be more careful as he's more likely to commit to me. Maybe you can, if you want. If you want to do the middle gen, you can. I'm happy to go to the side one. There he comes. Taking the gen. There he goes again. Checking the other gens. We have to stop. The minimum is you have to stop the regression because otherwise he can't keep kicking them. There he comes. There he comes. Eruption. That's good. More hits on the gens. There he goes to their gen on the other side. We heal. It's the way. It's the long game, guys. We'll get it eventually. We will be getting this. Enjoy your daily doggo treat, V. Thank you for the redeem. Checking the gen. Thank you. Do you want to go heal her mid-map or are you going back to the gen? She's over there. We have to pressure the gens, guys, otherwise we're not getting them. He can only kick them 8 times. There we go. We kick again. I'm getting the regression off of this gen. I need him to kick it. Yeah. Hello. I can't do anything if I'm not healed. There he goes. Nice. That's how we do the 3 gen, guys. That's how you do that. No way out. Alright. We wait a little longer. Do we think it's Noed? Noed on a ghoul would be insane, I'm not gonna lie. He's going back to check the other gates. I can't do this for the life of me. I don't understand why the healed people are not on the gate, I'm not gonna lie. If he finds Tori here, she gets pushed out. He does not. Okay, I hold on. Dahlia, can you open and come this way? Nah, you're gonna have to leave now, he knows. Nah, you're gonna have to leave, Dahlia. You're gonna have to leave now, it's too late. It's too late! Unlucky. He has the add-on? Which one? No, you're fine. We will work on scenarios like this. You got teleported into 2 cars? Oh shit. Increase the amount of time added to Enraged? I don't know. I don't know anything about the add-ons. I hate that add-on. That teleports me into cars! Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it right now before we go into the next game. We will be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Thank you for your support. I will have solid connection this weekend and no parents. Hopefully same focus I have now, so I should be good for practice. Good. It was No Way Out. You have 4 roommates and they're all gaming? Yeah, that's gonna be a big impact on your internet, eh? That's a big impact. And it's one router for 20 people. Yeah, you mentioned this. No Way Out gave him a kill? Yeah. There's a chance that I should have decided not to go on the gate and heal. And I had two 50-50 pallets. Dahlia 3 gen is 12, 3, and 5. We're learning this map, guys. Chucky! Ah, that's just cruel. Hi, Clove. Welcome in. Oh, ads. Sorry. Hello. We did have an ad. Now, hello. Hello. Clove, how are you? What did you think of the PTB? I saw you play some Trickster on stream. Did you have a good time? Did you get lots of style points? I thought, why did Tony open the gate? Well, someone was being carried to a gate. To a hook. Oh, were you afraid? Because Bloodwarden? Oh my god. I heard him giggle and I did not let go of the gen in time. You like a lot the new Survivor? Me too. I like the perks and I like his movement. He's got some great fit. It was really good. I was so scared for Bloodwarden. We already called the 4 perks. Really fun. True. Oh, nice. I'm glad it was a good time. Yeah, I played for a little bit. But me and Love just went looking for the karaoke bar and played Bardic Inspiration and 1, 2, 3 on the karaoke stage for the killer. I think that was the biggest takeaway from the PTB for me. The karaoke bar. Gift of Pain? Friends? You saw the TikTok? Yeah. I was like, first things first. We play karaoke. Is he not with the hook? Yes, he is. How is your week going? Any tourneys planned, Clove? Oh my god, Clove, I saw your set. You're playing Germany on the FEM World Cup? I saw you you're getting added to the schedule. Oh my god. Oh, I did not see him. Germany and France. Oh my god, it's so exciting. Yes. That's an angle. He dies. He dies. He dies. He dies. He could have saved me. It's okay. I juice, I know. I'm clocking out, guys. I'm not gonna lie. It's been more than 4 hours. And I'm not... It's not a good game. It's not a good game. A recruiter reached out to me for a role that I'm not quite qualified for, but the pay jump is amazing and I really want to sneak my way and challenge myself to learn. Go for it then. And like, who knows? Maybe you'll get the job. Maybe it's not as insane as you think it is. Maybe you're really good at it. Maybe you'll learn something. That's so exciting then, huh? I hope that goes well. You give up, ping is officially the best play. I mean, if you reached 400 or what did you say? If you reach 400 ping, it's just gonna be miserable. Okay, hold on. Let me go give this man his 4K. Well, I'm trying to give you the kill, gamer. Can you pay attention? DS! Thank you, Enner. Have a good work shift. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, don't push it, Dahlia. We can literally play any other time. Go and get Hedge. Get Hedge. What do I know about getting Hedge? Hedge is on my right. Alright. I'm ready for it, V. Manifest it. Like here? Around this area and around this... No. Oh, that's really good. GG's. I didn't think he would hit that because I know that after he vaults that in power, he can pretty much only go straight. Well, I guess straight into me was what it was. Yeah, 700 ping is 200 ping is unplayable, Dahlia. Don't do this to yourself. We'll play again next. He was a good Chucky. Yeah, I also kind of threw really, really hard. Hold on. Maybe we will play this weekend. Aiden, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. And thanks for hanging out with us. It's been great getting to know you today. You're gonna go grab some food? Alright, catch you later. Thanks for the games, Dahlia. What do we have? Chasing the other Fong? Oh man. See you tomorrow. Hello, Fong. Oh my god, the Jukes. I'm watching the Jukes. There's no terror radius. That's pain res, dead man's again. We should do some doing. Yes, I would love that, Clove. I'm back home now, so it'll be easier to plan. Let me send you a DM and we schedule something. I would love to duo with you, Clove. Painrest dead man's on that gen again. It's a spirit. Okay. She doesn't have nowhere to hide. Trust. You feel like you're shooting too high with the roll? So nervous. I understand that though, Nena. Oh, she didn't even kick this. Okay. Because that is quite a big thing. You feel like a fraud. You know, the thing is, Nena, sometimes we don't give ourselves enough credit, you know? I certainly know what that's like. I do that all the time. Who knows? Like, even if your, like, papers don't say that you can do this role, that doesn't say anything about your qualities as a person. Maybe you're perfect for this role. Maybe you're perfect for the organization. People underestimate what it is that organizations need. And then they're like, oh, I'm probably not going to be good for this. And then the organization is absolutely abysmal. Not like a bad to work for, but like, if they don't have their shit together, who knows what you can bring to the table. Painrest Deadman's on the same gen again. Good chase, Aiden. Just remember, the President of the United States is a convicted felon. And a lot of other bad things. Let's not talk about it. Yeah, absolutely qualified for your position. That too. That too. The gen was close. That is so unlucky. She's going back to it. I'm gonna do another gen. She's bloodlusting, not breaking pallets? Okay. I hate bushes that you can't walk through. I think she already dropped that pallet, so I can't save her. We take Chase Shack or 2-story, because the gens are here. Harvard Business Review, men apply for a job when they've most... Yeah, okay. Thank you for contributing. You're so right. When men only 60% of the qualification, but women apply only if they meet 100 of them. That is so true. That's actually a thing. Wiglif, Wiglif, Wiglif! Careful! That is so true. Oh shit, it was me! It was me, it was me! Hello? I just died. That's unlucky. We're all severely overqualified and underpaid. You deserve to have that promotion or higher role regardless of what anyone else said. Yeah. Unless, of course, it's like going to be a doctor without any schooling. That's different. Yeah, good point. Good point. That's a different story. Thank you. Can we get a save? No, good. Yes, no, no. Good effort, Aiden. Good effort. I saw that beam from all the way over here. Bro, she was a lot closer to me than what I thought she was. Yeah, unlucky. I don't think we gotta pull this back, I'm not gonna lie. Never forget, in capitalism, all work is undervalued. If a company makes a profit off the work you do, it means your work is worth more than what you are paid. Bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to say bro. That was just in general. V. That is So true and well said. Yeah, they're onto something with that. Truer words were never spoken. But I understand it's difficult. It's complicated. Yeah, sorry, V. You know. You know, we know. We all know. Y'all are inspiring. No, I'm glad you're here hanging out with us. Nana, and that's what we do, right? We kind of... We need to lift each other up. It's too complicated out there anyways. Where? I don't know where she's coming from. Oh, she's nervous about this gen. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's over. I have a call with another recruiter 1:30 p.m. I need to find a way to crowd specific words into the conversation so she thinks I'm an appropriate fit. Oh no. Are we slugging for the 4K? Because I will be throwing this game to go next. I have no time for this nonsense. Come here. Come here. We end this now. We have other things to do with our time. Make it look good, otherwise they don't kill you. Make it look good, make it look good. Oh no, you're here. I didn't realize you were breaking the pallets. Oh no. GG's. Well played. Good luck next. We go again. I ain't got time for that. I mean, appropriate words like just have a look and see what what's in the vacancy, you know, Nana. You don't have to like pretend you're someone else, but it could be good to prepare for like yeah, I guess appropriate vocabulary is a good idea. Remember as well, companies often care more about effort and willingness to learn than having mastered all of the requirements for position. That's also true. Someone they can train into the role they want is better than someone who knows everything and doesn't work well. That's also true. Let me go check to see if my husband's home so we can get dinner going. I'll be right back.
The fire is still going strong, and so am I.
here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Look, Nena, you've already got the interview. You're just gonna have to roll with it now. Nena, okay. Take it one step at a time. Who knows what this opportunity leads you to or next. You almost got away with that, Aiden. That was impressive stealthing. You hate when killers love kissing the wall or head, so then I can't become flashlight safe. I know, but it's also a survivor's job to try and either die in the open or crawl to the open. That's that really helps. That's pellet, no? It's not. They're on 2 different gens. That's huge. Excellent first chase. Excellent, excellent. Okay, they're not coming back. I don't think they have pain res. Unless their hooks were not here. Ah, that's the add-on. Okay. Hi, Sunny. Happy Wednesday. Good morning to you. Welcome in. Ah, it's Pop. Pop Thena. Okay. How's the games? Really good. Yeah, really good. We've been playing regular. And I went from gold 1 to Airy 1. We got it like an hour ago. So it's been really good. Yeah, I'm quite pleased. We've had some good company as well. So it's been a good Wednesday of gaming. Congrats, thank you, thank you. I was worried with 2v8 and then it being extended that I wouldn't get Airy 1. But luckily I already had some progress from playing 1v4 before 2v8 started. Hex in the corner? Are we thinking Devour Hope maybe? Ah, she's on it. I mean, she's on something, the Lisa. Are you streaming today, Sunny? I know you stream your mornings, but I forget which days. That is so unlucky. This guy was looping so well. If he doesn't pick, which he does, that sucks. Oh, we're 3-gen over there. Weekends you stream morning, weekdays you stream after work. That makes sense. That makes sense. Ah, Resurgence. Right now, waiting on maintenance to come fix your kitchen light. Oh, that is annoying. I hope they come quick. It's been flickering since the rainstorm last week. Oh man, I hope they can come and fix that. That flickering light, that's so annoying. Lake, thank you for the dance. Oh, no, 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 I should take chase. No, you're so dead. Come! No! Mori. Man. How's games? Good, Lake, good. Yeah. Mori, no DS. Hi, Jazz. Welcome in as well. How was your stream? You were on, Jazz. When I went to the horses this morning, I had you tabbed when I left. How was stream? Happy Wednesday, all. Gamers, if you don't know, I've been talking about this already, but I am representing the Twitch Women's Guild in a DBD tournament, March 14, and these lovely, lovely ladies, Sunny and Stay-at-Home Gamer, Jess, they are my teammates. Another Mori. And Evo, who was here earlier, is in the team together with Anner, who was also here earlier. Let's go, teammates, indeed. You're trying out different times while I push for partner? Good idea. Why are you here? Lol? That makes sense. Have you had fun and relaxation with the horses? Yes, the weather is so nice today. So I was really good. The horses were in a good mood. The sun was shining. It's lovely to be out. Here to take some notes. I would like y'all down in eternity. I am not worried 1 second. We talked about this already. Your looping is insane. The Mori offering carried him? I mean, it definitely... She gets the gen! That's huge! It definitely helped. Oh! Leon! Oh my god. Don't run here. I'm trying to get a gate to get you out. Okay. She has Deli, right? I don't know. Probably not. Don't die! The doors are so far away! Is he? Oh. No, 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 no. He's gonna hear me. Locker, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. He's got the add-on, the screaming one. Does he get... Does this work, even? I was thinking barbecue. We got it, Jess. I was gold 1, and we got Eerie 1 about an hour ago. It was really good. Okay. Are we... Oh, we're... Hatch? Am I guessing hatch? Is he camping? I don't know what to do. Okay, we're guessing hatch. I don't know. Oh, he was camping the hook? Shit, that should have been on a gate. Hatch right here, though. Yes! Actually! Holy! That's the second time we got hatch today. Right there. Insane. I was scared for a second. Told you hatch to your right. You did say that, V, but I think that was 2 games ago. I'm gonna allow it. It's okay. I had shoulder. Wish you let me unhook. I had shoulder? I mean, we don't know that. Did I? I mean, we don't know that. Good luck. Next, it was Devour. We called Devour. Don't gas me. Already locked in. Oh God. Maybe practicing more and more to be like you. 100%. All right, we're gonna ready up. W manifesting indeed. I'll be right back. Just checking on dinner. You feel like, yeah, matches always start to get super sweaty somewhere between gold and eerie. Somehow they do. And, well, yeah, once you get eerie too, it's like you're 5 pips away. You're gonna get it, right? I'm not sweating anymore. You're bad. You had time traveled forward too far. You didn't realize you set in the wrong map. Okay, okay, I'll allow it. We had no way to know about their perks. We really didn't. I mean, you go for an unhook, you go for an unhook, right? I'm just trying to save my teammate. Promise, I didn't mean anything. Oh my God, Ace! Hello! W Raid! Hi Amber, welcome in Waze. Good to see you. Hi Soul.
Ace of
Rally
Twitch
Unique.
rated your
Hi
channel with
Moss.
68 viewers.
Cheeky Mochi, welcome in. Ace, hello, it's good. Welcome back to gaming. Welcome back to streaming. I miss you so much. Ace, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Gamers, if you don't follow Ace, please go check him out. Wonderful, wonderful content creator. Amazing person. Great gamer. Always a good time over there. Please go check him out. I had the chance to spend time with Ace when I was in TwitchCon San Diego, and we had the best time. We had such a good time connecting. Ace, thank you so much. I appreciate you trusting me with your community. Welcome in, everyone. 68 Raiders, 1 short of perfection. No, where was our 6-9? Waze and Soul, good to see you. Enjoy your daily doggo trees. Thank you for the redeem. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Ace and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a Survivor main. I'm working on my 18th P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight, and when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me dog sitting, cat sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Oh my god, you were at TwitchCon? Sunflower and I were there. I figured, Jess, I figured. I didn't know you guys at the time. I was sticking mostly around the few other Europeans that were there, because it was all very new to me. I'd never been to TwitchCon US. I was alone. So, but it was such a good experience. I got to meet so many wonderful people, and yeah. I should be in bed? Ghosty, we spoke about this earlier when you were on stream. Go get some sleep. So close to 69. Indeed, indeed, Mochi. How are you? Good night, Ghosty. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I hope the rest of your stream was well, Ghosty. Hey, Ace, I hope you had a good time. I understand if you need to raid in one, please go look after yourself. We're gonna be playing some more DBD Survivor here, so y'all are welcome to stay around and hang out. Honestly, I didn't meet any Europeans. That's why I'm so surprised. Met a few Canadians and thought that was so cool. We were very few. Like there was very few people that traveled from EU all the way to San Diego for TwitchCon, but it was the best. It was the best decision. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello, Michelle. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel.
Michelle_VW follows
Thank
your
you so much for the follow. Do you go to TwitchCon Europe? Is there what up? Yeah, it's a home game for me, if you will. It will be my 3rd year going, so I will be there. Lake is setting fires everywhere. No, he really is. Lake, why are you setting everything on fire? We've got people over. You have to behave yourself. Always. Yeah, we just got Eerie 1 an hour ago. I'm so happy. We went from Gold 1 to Eerie 1. I figured when we were playing 2v8, I was worried that we weren't gonna get it, but yeah, we managed. Aiden's getting tunneled again. I don't think they've used their DS yet. Maybe now. I know, but this team is Jenning. If he gets their yes, they do get their DS off. Okay, maybe I need to go and help. I don't know if I can help. How the two cons compare and differ? US was much bigger. It's 3 days versus... No, Aiden! It's 3 days versus 2 days. Good gen spread, though. Maybe I should do there. I'll go over there. I don't know. There's fewer sponsors. There's fewer booths. It's a lot smaller. Hold on, my husband's here. Let me talk to him about dinner. I'll be right back. Aiden, I'm behind you. You're gonna need to grab the spray. It's gonna close. Wonderful. No, I was a pleasant surprise to be at the San Diego con. It was such a good experience. It was so much bigger. The venue is bigger. It was busier. Yeah, it's a lot bigger. I wish I could have made TwitchCon San Diego this year. I knew so many people going. I'm ever going to Anime Expo in LA this year though. Oh my god, that's good. I mean, that's gonna be fun. Are you gonna be working on a cosplay, V? I know you've done amazing cosplays of Onryo and Squirrel Girl in the pockets already. You really enjoyed TwitchCon San Diego? I just wish San Diego wasn't so expensive. I know. I know. It was so expensive. I mean, the Netherlands isn't cheap either. Damn. I don't know if they have anything in the likes of pain res or whatever. Can I finish this gen? Come on, great skill checks. Alright, we didn't need it. That's good. Basement again? Or no? Yes. I guess no pain res because he just keeps hooking in the basement. Don't come back. Don't come back. Oh, ultimate weapon? Oh, no, it's what do I call that? Yes, yes, good form. It's that Freaky Bear perk. Phantom Fear. There, he's gonna be camping this. Do I just go in? Distract! 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 Excellent distraction!
Midnight_latte.
Thank you so much for the
_
follow. Welcome
your
in. I
channel.
appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you so much. Let's go, Michaela. We gotta go. How do you miss both? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going back in the basement. This was a mistake. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I just run far away from basements. Huh, 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 huh. Tree tech. Huh. Go again. Go for the pellets. No, I went. Nah, how am I getting away with this? Oh, I lost him! He lost me! It's working! Oh, this is bad. Hello? Mr. Wesker? Hello! What are we doing? I'm so nervous. Ah, the walls! Oh my god, they took the hit! What is happening right now? Bamboozle? Yes? Nah, the mind games, they're I mean, they're present. They're definitely present. I have no idea where the gate is, y'all. Oh no! He gets robbed! He gets robbed! Oh, what did I got hit in a tree, man. Wait! Wait! Distract! Where's the gate? Where am I looking? Where's the gate? Distract, 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 distract! Boom! Breakable! We go! Somebody save Aiden! This is not the door that's open. It is! It's done, it's done, it's done, it's done. No! Aiden! Blood Warden? 3, 2, 1, go. 1, go. 1. Wiggle? Wiggle! Somebody save them! Because I clearly can't. I'm just standing here. Four men out! What in the world did I just witness? How? W Unbreakable Boon Boo. Look, I've been hanging too much at your streams, Jess. I'm just saying boo now. Unbreakable. It saves, it does. And when it does, it's the best feeling. That was so good. That was so good. Even when we played together, I regretted then I didn't have it on. But there was a couple times where you got slugged when I was like... Didn't we keep saying it to each other? Like... If only we had brought the boon. If only we had conviction. Oh, sorry. The shoutouts on cooldown. You messed your dead art. I need to learn the timing with Wesker Power. That is difficult though, because you never know when they're gonna send it. W wiggle though. That's why you finally put it on, and then you got the conviction deli play into the 4-man out. Nah, that was a good time. That was such a good time. Welcome back, Loftus. How are you? Last time he held power, but the first time he sent it straight away. There's no knowing it. I think I have a clip on my TikTok about Loft knows this. We were in a game with against a nurse, and I was like debating how to hit, not how to hit, but when to hit like my dead art on first blink or on second blink. You just don't know. Barbecue. Bubba? It's a Bubba main. Yes, look at him. There he is. On ping. Alright. Not great. Oh, there's a gen here. Hello. I do this gen. Games have been, yeah, mostly really good. I fucked up a couple times. And Dahlia joined for a few, but she was on 700 ping, so that was rough. But, yeah, we're good. We're doing well. Jed loved how excited we both were for that play. They thought it was cute and funny that we were screaming and giggling now what's about to happen. Nah, we're just enthusiasts. We're just enthusiasts. Nah, I love this game. Like, I can get super frustrated too, but I just love this game. I love stuff like that. Like the randomness of it. You had your dead arms against the spring trap. Axe, I felt so calm, but I haven't been able to replicate that since. Me too! I hit it once. I think it's in my highlights video for January. January, yes. It must have been published the first week of February. I also dead-hearted once. One time that happened. I've never felt so good about myself in my entire life. That's the best thing, right? That was so good. Okay, no pain res. And we pop 2 gens here. No pain res. We pop 2 gens here. Both of them were on this side of the map. There is one left though, and we have progress here on main. I wonder what he's gonna do. He might have barbecue. Is he gonna chase net? He's not here. He didn't go here. He's gonna lose another gen. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Good, 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 good. Ah, we almost popped another gen here. No basement? Lucky. Lucky, lucky. Maybe it is some sort of a scourge hook then. If he's coming back here, we're cooked. You know that, yeah? Yeah. BT! Okay, where am I genning? What was that? Grim? DS. Oh my god, DS, he doesn't know. He picks, right? He just picks. He picks from the locker. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. DS, play. Yes. Does he stay in chase? Yes, he does. Stay away from basement gamer. You're doing great. We're genning. Fame, it's very frustrating, but the randomness can be so exciting and also funny. That's it. I was yapping to your chat, ran past an injured Trevor, and he body blocked me in with a rock. We have great gen spreads. Aiden's away from basements. This is going very well. We're gonna get yelled at for gen rushing. Until I noticed he was injured and healed him. All I could do was laugh, but that's it. There's stuff like that. And if you have people that kind of see it too, it's so much better. It's so much fun, right? I enjoy it anyway. The stuff like that. Aiden, there's a chance that you're gonna get camped the fuck here. I'm not gonna lie. Grim, it is grim. No, Cheryl! Somebody has to do this gen. Ah, do you think they're gonna go save? Oh, yes. Oh, that's basement. It's not basement, it's main. It's not Grim, it's DMS. Is she gonna wait for someone to save, or do I just pop? He camps that if I pop it. I mean, okay. Okay, new situation. Nancy stays alive. While I pop the last gen. And he camps nobody. Ideas? Good plan? Okay. They're chasing the Cheryl again. Someone's on the front gate. I'm gonna go back. Or not. Because I don't want to die. Yeah, they think it's this gate. It's not this gate. It's not this gate, Cheryl. It's not this gate. I don't know if she makes that. Cheryl is back. Cheryl is back. Do you... If it's an M1, I can take a hit. If not, nah, she's just cooking her. Nah, the teabags are never needed, guys. There's no need for that. Sorry for the raid and run. No problem, Ace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking your community here. Wanted to show some love. I appreciate that. Had to run some downstairs real quick. Do some things. I'll be here lurking. I appreciate that. Ace, thank you so much. I hope you had a really good time on stream. And thank you for trusting me with your community. Good to see you again. I don't know how that Cheryl made it from all the way upstairs main back to the back gate, but that was insane. Insidious, they were planning something. They were planning something. Alright, let's go. What are you all having for food? Oh, I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now, so you don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. I appreciate your support for the channel. This is a duo. Sergeant, Cooler, Jungle, Sergeant, always Jiggy. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait out this minute because ads. What's everyone having for food? For us, it's dinner time. I'm making a mash. That's why my husband just came here back from work, so I wanted to like tell him what he needs to prepare so that we can have dinner after stream together. What's everybody having? Some of y'all, it's breakfast time. Some might be on a lunch. Yeah, we're making a mash with a smoked sausage. For the Dutchies here, boerenkool stampot. You guys know what I mean. Let's go, next game. Alright. I didn't need this map in my life, honestly, but let's see what we get. Trickster. Oh, with some screaming situation. What perk could that be? Maybe she has... Maybe she got really unlucky. Maybe she's running a scene partner. It could be Phantom Fear again, like Wesker had. It could have been just very unlucky with the scene partner. Okay, she didn't go down. W. He's still chasing her. Another scream. Nah, I'm gonna go with scene partner. I wonder if he's got ricochet blades on this map. That's gonna go crazy. Oh, she goes down here. Not yet. Now. I wonder if it's pain res. Let me see. I'm gonna stick it maybe. Maybe stick the gen? What are the odds that he has a pain res hook right there on this map? Deadlock though. No pain res. Either not reached or not used. Or maybe he doesn't have it. He's camping because her meter is going up. Ah, it is Phantom Fear. I have no idea where he is. I'm going in. Okay, not camping is good. Not camping is good. Deadlock again over there. Ah, okay. I think... Plot twist. He does not know where I went. He does not know where I went. Or he's looking for the Claudette. Wait, how did she get injured? Did he find her and then it got hit again? That is quite unfortunate. Let me go back to that other gen that had so much progress. Wait, if we're distracting... If we are distracting, we're not. I was kind of thinking maybe Wigglyf pick up. Can you do this gen with me? No, you don't. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Basement though against Trickster? Okay, we distract. Because we need him away from basement. Oh, there's no pallet here. Oh, this tile. Oh, this tile. He can't reach me here, right? Because, I don't know. I'm making stuff up. Oh my god, he can reach everything, basically. Alright, we got the basement safe. We've got another gem with progress. No pain rest. That's good. What's happening over here? What am I doing? What's going on? Maybe I take it down for her? I don't know. I don't think that's the way to go, honestly. See if we can hit my grades. Hi, pretty. Really good. Really good. We're having really good games. We got my Area 1. I was hoping to hit my grade. I did not. Aiden, heal me. Aiden. Aiden. Thank you. It's the upstairs gen on both sides and the corner gen on 10. Anybody know no map callouts for this map? I think this is 10. How's your day going, pretty? Back to work? Did you have vacancy last week? You did, right? Yeah, I got Eerie 1 an hour and a half ago. Yeah. Last week was the week off, yeah. I saw some people off, but I think maybe that's another, like, Regio Midden or something? I don't know. Maybe they are Regio Midden. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's gonna come straight here, isn't he? Yes. Don't come through here. Nice. Oh shit. Can we... Oh man, this is looking really bad. He's gonna go back and check on this gen because it has the most he saw me. Fuck. He doesn't care. He doesn't see me here. Hold on. He's not checking the gen. I mean, was worth a try. Oh my god, if I stay here, I'm basement again. I need to get away. Away, 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 away. It was Phantom Fear. Oh my, main offense. No, 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 no. This thing is gonna protect me. It did, it did, it did. Oh shit. Oh no! Why are the doors never open where I need them to be, but when the killer needs it, they're always open? Turn around. No! Double back! Yes! I'm cooking, hold on. Oh, one more knife! He came back. Yeah, I almost got away with that. I was terrified, Sunny, I'm not gonna lie. 9 weeks till my vakantie. Okay, nice, nice, nice. I don't know how much of a chance we have if we... Oh, I just... Oh my god, he swung. I just die. I just die. I waste time. I waste time. Swing. I did waste time. I wasted so much time. He wanted nothing to do with me. We're getting sandbag. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Aiden, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go Gen 6. Because otherwise we're never going anywhere. Oh man, we have such a good gen spread, but it's so difficult with 3 people to manage this because now someone has to go for the unhook and only I can be on a gen. 10 is probably regressing. It's not ideal. What did he break? He broke something and he left? Why? I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous. Okay, there with Aiden. No, they're not. Well, Caitlin's dead. Dead as hell. Oh, DS! DS Gaming! We're still going! And he doesn't know I'm on this gen. Caitlin's still going. Aiden is hovering maybe for a save. I get this gen. They have adrenaline, right? She just maybe does have adrenaline, but she's gonna be dead before we know. Unlucky. Alright. Aiden's on the gate. Maybe we have a chance. Maybe we have a chance. Don't go for this gate. He's going for this gate. Come here. Come here instead. Come here instead. I'm right here. He gets distracted. There's no way. Uh-oh. You need to leave. Ah, okay. Errors were made. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Don't main event me. Don't main event me. Oh my god, I was very scared. The way he fell for the distraction of the pallets. Ooh. It was Phantom Fear. They both had plot twist. The S, Dead Hard, Delhi. Not the Delhi curse. I lost Kate for the save. I saw you were going for them. That's unlucky. Oh, we're gonna end on that. I'm all gamed out. This was such a good game. Aiden, thank you so much for hopping in for games. It was a pleasure to meet you and to game with you. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Let's go find someone to raid. I'm gonna need to make a decision here because there's so many wonderful people live. Quick. I mean, it's not really very quick, but semi quickly glancing over at our friends. Yeah, I think we go here. Thanks for the games. We got some good games. We really did. I had such a good time. Thank you for joining. Thank you for Yoshi for bringing news over. Gamers, socials regularly post to social media. If you want to go check out my channels, drop a follow, hit those like buttons. I would appreciate it. Please copy this raid message. We're going to go and show the love to our friend Heather Lara, who we met at TwitchCon Rotterdam last year. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks for the redeems. The Daily Dogo Treats. Ace, thank you for the raid. Mittens, thank you for the raid. Yoshi, thank you for the raid. Widow, thank you for the raid. Thank everyone for the stream streaks. Mina, thank you so much for the resub and the continued support. I love you guys all. Let's go say hi to Heather. We have an extra stream, guys. It's not on my schedule, but Swish and I decided today to try on Friday to do 2v8. To try 2v8. You were 3 seconds from raiding you. Oh my god, Burrito. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. There are other friends, but I appreciate you. Next time, gamer. Next time. Friday morning, extra stream. Me and Swish, 2v8 on that killer. We're gonna find out how it goes. Have an amazing rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care. I hope to see you on Friday. Bye, guys.